Don't adjust your headphones. You're in the right place. You're locked in the ring theory. This your boy Downtown Brown. I'm here to bring to you, hey, a live watch along of tonight's Raw. Hailing from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, but it's not just me. I got my man coming from not from just one way. It's Mr. Two-Way Ray. Hey, how you doing, Ray?
I'm all good, brother Downtown Brown. I'm just enjoying my nice little summer day. It wasn't, well, I shouldn't say that. I was about to say it wasn't too hot, but yeah, it was still pretty hot. But I was able to manage, brother. And now we're watching a relatively early episode of Monday Night Raw for a change.
I was like, don't. Hey, you're not on the West Coast. If you are an East Coaster or a Midwester, no matter where you may be in the time atmosphere zone, this is definitely earlier for you, and this for me, highly enjoyable. I'm not mad at this. 6 p.m. Raw makes me wish I was on the West Coast for those earlier starts because now I get my evening to myself. Now I don't even know what to do with a Monday night evening. Like that's kind of crazy, but we got Rhea Ripley
Yeah.
kicking it off with a promo that my audio for my Netflix is messing up. So I'm gonna imagine what she said, that she wanted a title shot, and then up here comes the champion EO Sky, who looks to seemingly say, "Hey, I got you," and probably gonna be at Evolution at that. Let's see where this goes.
Indeed, indeed.
Did you catch any of the
Well,
weekend festivities?
I unlike some people that we'll talk about a little bit later, I
Uh-oh.
stuck to my scruples. I decided long ago not to participate when WWE goes to Saudi as far as watching the shows live. I still catch like the clips just for 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 purposes of this, but yeah, I again, unlike some people, I actually stick to my word no matter what is thrown at me. Now, if somebody throws some millions at me, then maybe my tune will change a little bit, like someone else who hails from Chicago.
Dang. The shade, not too shady. Pretty clear direction it's going in.
not
Man,
not as
I
shady as the Saudi government.
ooh, ooh. But with that being said, would you not change your colors if you was riding through the wrong neighborhood? Would you not dog your colors down so that way if you was alone in these parts you could be safe and return back safely as well because your company is going to force you to go there no matter what. So that turned into company man and he had to do what he had to do to
Yeah,
get back and forth, hey, from A to B. I get it. I mean,
yeah.
not the prettiest
The
ways of
company,
doing it, but
yeah. I don't know. Yeah, the company man for that cash money. That's all. Cash money punk, company man punk, whatever the
common.
CM stands for nowadays. Yeah, this brother. Yeah, I think he could have been one of the ones. Like if anybody had a little bit of power to kind of sit these Saudi shows out, it would have been him. But I think it's his own personal choice, and I think he wanted to do something one last time with one last time with John Cena. So yeah, I don't know. I just yeah. After all that stuff, and people keep harping on the tweet to the Miz, but I think Way played a piece of the interview that he had on Barstool Sports. So he can't just blame it on, oh, I was grumpy that day and I had a vendetta. It wasn't against you, Saudis. And I understand you gotta, once you get over there, you gotta be compliant because we all know those Saudis do not play if you talking wrong about them. We saw that they had to hold the plane up that few years ago when they were trying to get out of Saudi, but I'm just like, if you were about your business, you wouldn't even went over there. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm too I'm thinking too much about the good in people and not considering any other circumstances.
I'm sorry. I hear your point. I'm just baffledly just struck by this image of AJ Styles and these bifocals, man. This is awful.
By
Like
AJ
this is.
Styles doing what?
Did you not see him just in the segment on Raw with those bifocals, like those thick glasses
Oh,
on?
I ain't see him with the glasses on. I just saw.
Oh man, like and he had them on for a minute too. Like
Maybe they medicated.
yes, they are. You can
Oh,
you
for
can, I
real?
can see that from all the way in Michigan. Yes,
Wow.
indeed they are.
Oh my
But
goodness.
no, you bring up a lot of valid points, and it goes well beyond. I think he's caught in a crossfire, and I'm over here advocating for the man that I don't know what his actual feelings are. But in my armchair quarterbacking from all the way here, what I see is he aimed it at the government. His initial comments,
Right.
not the people, but the people do still take offense to that because they are that's just where they live. Like no matter what, that's your hometown. Like
Right. And
you gonna
yeah.
ride for your hometown no matter. That's just your hometown. We're just gonna leave it
Right.
at that. So
And they ain't got no choice. They got to be down with the government whether they want to or not.
that's it. That's the point. So like
Yeah.
you gonna ride for them, and then so that's an attack on you too. But there's definitely a line there, in my opinion, a line that he was going towards one thing, but the apology was more towards the other side than walking back what I think he actually feels about Saudi Arabia.
Mm.
Because he kept saying, like, I don't hate you all, but we also are not in a platform, and this is not the place, especially him not on the soil. It's not the place for him to be like, but it's your government that I have an issue.
Yeah.
In no way, shape, or form will that man Philip will get back on that plane safely and get back home by any means necessary. So no, it won't be no brawl out, no all outs, no none of that. It's gonna be what do you need, sir? I got you, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, when's the flight home, sir? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think they
And here's
said
my
they.
thing. You bend the knee
Mhm.
now. I think he's bending the knee now for the bigger picture in the future and for the legacy.
Mhm.
Because he doesn't want his legacy to be just torn apart by other people. Because AEW, he's not in good standing. And by him doing this with WWE, he's rewriting what they would have done to him probably in the future. If they would have ever
Mhm.
done a warrior piece or a then they could have just rolled through the AEW stuff too if they wanted to and just made it a complete bashing of him if they wanted to. Of like, hey, this is the story of CM Punk and his stardom that turned into him fading out into nothing. But
Right.
instead, he's rewriting his legacy, and it's gonna come with some taking back some of his words. In all honesty, homie came back to the company after talking about how sick the company made him. But now he's phrased it as that was Vince that was making me sick, not the actual company itself.
Right.
I don't know. It's the person I've Philip Brooks, the person, I don't know.
Yeah.
He might change his alliances and everything and his beliefs, but I'm curious to see if it truly does affect the character of CM Punk.
Right.
Like Grand Rapids, God bless Grand Rapids, 2 hours from me. Um, they reacted in kind to loving John Cena. I don't know if that's a reaction to CM Punk or if that was just, hey, that's John Cena. So I
Mhm.
want to see the next couple of in-person interactions with CM Punk with the crowd. Is he
Mhm.
loved? Because Saudi, by the end of it, Saudi was chilling with him.
Yeah.
But how does the rest of how does the internet and the IWC when it comes to everywhere else react to that to those crowds? Does it start to spread from the internet to the crowds, or and then we have to then start looking at a possible heel turn in the future for Punk, or does his babyface momentum just ride through everything?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of hard to tell because I think the actual not synergy, but the actual connection between whether it's the in-house crowd or whether it's just the IWC or whether it's a combination of both, like that's kind of been in differing stances pretty much throughout this year. When we talk about Jey Uso and his run, like a lot of people online are just like, "Oh, I don't like him. Oh, I don't like him." But yeah, he's getting the biggest reactions when he comes out, like in the house. But flip side, you get our truth where it was just like universally known, like we want this guy back, whether it had been in the IWC or uh, in the crowds. So I think yeah, it's kind of hard to tell, especially with the inconsistency, depending on a case by case basis. But I mean, do you think it should be a good time to turn them and just make them like corporate rock or corporate punk? Maybe have him sell his soul to Dwayne. I mean, SummerSlam's right around the corner.
If we would have done that in February,
Yeah.
by George,
Mm.
yes. And we were going Cody Punk with The Rock being
Mm.
his ally, and that being the way he gets to the main event, The Rock blocking his path in a sense the first time and the first two times at that, at 28 and 29,
Right.
for him to then begin giving that gift. I would love that. But and I'm not against it now, but I really think they're on the path to telling the same story they were doing in AEW. In AEW, Punk was like they were peppering in these like, hey, Punk's a bad guy. Punk's a bad guy. Punk's a bad guy. Hey, how you doing, Washington? Mr. Washington out there. Let's
Yes,
go for
sir.
Rio 3 at Evolution. Yeah. I
Mhm.
like that.
You know, Mr. Davion, thanks again for joining us, brother. He's been joining us for our latest finals watches and for our NBA draft watch. Even though I give him a even though I give him some garbage for him rooting for Duke University, it's all love, brother. It's all love.
Always love here in the with the nefarious ones.
All right, and he's weighing in
Oh,
on our it's not even really a debate, it's just like a one-sided beatdown of Def Rebel. So I think Judgment Day theme was created by Def Rebel, and he's been they're universally panned. So we agree wholeheartedly, brother Washington.
hey, I kind of think it's okay.
You
I think
think it's all right?
I think the Judgment Day was kind of
Well, I
as
won't
long
yuck
as I'm
your
just
yum.
nodding my head and not actually listening to the lyrics, I'm chilling. I'm just
Uh-oh,
I
you about
don't
to
even
do it
know
again?
what's going on in the song, but it's just got a nice beat to it.
Yeah. I don't know,
Ah,
man. I think they got some hits and a lot of a lot of misses, but they
oh, a
got a few
lot,
hits. Yeah,
a
they
lot
got a
of it.
few hits. Like I think did they make the Chelsea Green theme?
I'm probably sure of it, and that's a solid one.
That's a
That
banger.
that feels
That
like someone
yeah,
like that matches her character.
yeah. I was like, if there's any of them that's like flat out bangers, then that's like the only one they got. I think.
Did they
And then
make
they
Roman's new song? Like well, not the choir like one, but the one prior to it, the one that debuted in 2020 or 2021.
oh. That's a good question.
Because if they
Well, I
made
think
that,
it's the same song.
yeah,
It's
but
it.
did they, oh no, that's
I don't think they made. I don't know if they made like the first version. I know they trumped up and made this version, which I thought was only for
man.
WrestleMania last year, or was it? Yeah, WrestleMania
Mhm.
last year. But then they just kept it. I was like, no. At first, I thought it was special, but then I was like, oh, they did make the 2020 thing. Yeah, I didn't mind the first one. Yeah, I didn't mind that first one, but
See,
this one was just
I thought that first Roman song was
yeah,
not like the one after he got rid of the Shield song, because like they
right.
incorporate. If you literally listen to like his that one they made for him, they incorporate some of the Shield beats within it too, and it just it's got that Final Fantasy feel to it. That I just love that kind of energy, that final boss energy. And
Mhm.
he finally came around. Homie
Yeah.
finally came around. I'm trying to see is Bianca Belair's song "Watch Me Shine." Who did
Was that
"Watch Me
made?
Shine"? Because if that's
I
them,
don't think
hey, that's
that.
their best song.
I don't think that's
Best
them.
song. That's them.
I don't think
Oh
that's
my
too
god,
good. That's too
that's
good
my.
to be
I got
there,
off the plane going in Vegas to that song.
right?
That was oof.
Every time I hear it, got me hitting the little skip dance. I ain't
Yep.
even got no ponytail. I'm
Yeah,
just skipping down.
for real. Just twirling the hair I do not have. But
Yeah, right.
this is dope. That is my favorite. That's
CFO.
my
Thank you, Davion. Davion says CFOs did Bianca Belair. So
right. Well,
that makes sense. Yeah, because I think she had that. I think she had that on the tail end of her NXT run. I want to say so. Yeah, and that was a while back.
that's my joint. That is one of the best. But
Hmm.
here's to her coming back. I mean, we can try to save some of the material for when Nate and others get on here, but say the girl Jade the one. So
Oh
I
yeah,
think that story's all gonna start circling around those three soon with the belt.
true.
It's just a matter of time.
And we were just talking about it too. So if you guys are just joining us, we are live watching Raw. Um, Pretty much show started with Bianca, or not Bianca, but Rhea Ripley coming out, pretty much saying she hopes now with this win over Raquel that she's done with Judgment Day for good, and now she's turning her sights on to being the one on top again. And then of course EO comes out, says you're not on top, and I would love to take you on and take you out. So then we got a little bit of segment with Dominique Dominic Mysterio, who is still flaunting that he is not cleared to wrestle or have contact in front of AJ Styles' face, who we found out wears prescription glasses. So, and now we're tuning into the tag team championship match between the New Day and the Judgment Day.
I'm telling you, man, that glass you overlooking that glasses moment. I'm not overlooking that
I
glasses
really
moment.
did. I gotta
That,
rewind it because I didn't see how thick like those glasses were.
that's like the wig going on Goldberg head type moment. Like you just like you did not need to do the phenomenal one like that. Hey,
But yeah, I
tell him
guess
to read it off screen. Give him his contacts, whatever. Give him some solution, whatever he needs, because that was not needed, man.
mm, well, I guess as
Uh,
we watch this tag match, just to put a little bit of bow on the Muffin Man, what did you think of his match with John Cena? Quite a few people are saying it's Cena's best match since pretty much this whole heel run started.
I I tend to lean more towards the backlash match, honestly. And
Hmm.
I don't even like John and Randy like that. I don't. I don't. I think the better rival is Punk. And I've liked
Right.
everything leading up to this. I don't think the match was bad. I just think part of my brain kind of started eye rolling some of the interference.
Yeah.
And so at a certain point, that was just, I was like, okay, is this what we're like? I don't really feel like these two need this. Seth, yes. But Seth should have only been the only one. Like, what? Seth, just slide in and do what you got to do. Like, you don't need your goons every time with you. Like, just be strategic.
Yeah.
Just be quick about it. Move with some haste. Why are you moving at Travis Scott speeds down to the ring with no purpose? Like, oh my god, like that. I hate the slow walk. I think I'm getting tired of everybody trying to be the Undertaker with the slow walk.
Yeah.
Move with some haste to this ring. The ramps are not even that long anymore, and y'all act like they are the longest thing ever. I just I I'm sad that that's their last match.
Hmm.
I didn't need Punk to win the match, but I just wanted a cleaner finish because I also think I'm just over the distraction finishes with Cena.
So is Davion. The whole hood be interfering when Cena and during them Cena matches. So we feel you, Davion.
Hilarious.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit overbooked as well. I think Seth might have a little bit more reason to move slowly because especially with his backup, his Braun and Braun security coming after with him. I think he's just like I could take my time, but then what I didn't expect is doggone John Cena just going like office linebacker on poor Charles Robinson.
Poor Charles Robinson.
Putting that shoulder all the way to him. I mean, Charles, little Nate, you too old to be taking that stuff, brother. You've been doing this for how long? At least 30 years. Like, come on, brother.
Shoulder tackle I've seen John Cena ever do.
Oh, they're gonna. Oh, he kicks out.
Oh wow, I'm behind this time.
Oh no.
Because you literally commentating for me.
Oh my man.
No, like you are like you were on cue with the wrestling on my screen, commentating the exact actions that are happening. I'm like, oh man.
I just happened to look up and I was like, oh, he got him. Oh, he cheated him. Oh. And this is interesting how that you're supposed to have two heel teams, but the Judgment Day are pretty much playing the good guys to the heelish New Day. Oh, I think he knew he was going to come up with that one. Oh, Spanish Fly. Spanish Fly.
Oh my god, you are much further ahead.
Cover. Yeah, that's crazy, but yeah, I do think that it was a bit overbooked, to use the term. But I think if you're gonna have Cena continue to hold this belt, then I think you gotta throw out all the bells and whistles. And unfortunately, this is kind of like the negative of it.
I think they were having a good match prior to all the interference. So. No, I'm not mad at it.
Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Wow. I won't say nothing.
Well, your reaction was enough. These brothers leaving the company. These brothers leaving the company.
Yeah, and Chris keeps mentioning that too. It's like when is their contract up? Because it's just like they similar to Cena, like the turn was awesome. Everything afterwards, same with here. Yeah, it just like, and then I'm thinking, hey, are these guys gonna hold the titles, and then since they were talking about the Usos, they're gonna challenge the Usos, and nope, it's just it's just fodder for the Judgment Day.
Do you babyface the Judgment Day?
Right. It's like I think the only reason they baby faces was because poor JD McDonough got got jacked up that one time. Now everybody was rooting for him.
No, but do you babyface the group moving forward?
Do you baby face the whole group?
Mm-hmm. They've
Mm,
never been a whole, complete, like true babyface group ever since their inception. They've been baby faces in the group
right.
and people with babyface reactions in the group, but nobody who's not the whole group and not like the how the Shield went babyface, not like how um the Bloodline went babyface
Right.
by the end of it. So
It's the only thing I'm thinking about is like if they do go baby face, then what's the edge behind them? Because usually, no pun intended, and I'm not talking about Adam Copeland, but what's the like what makes them aggressive and dangerous if they're not heels anymore? Like and then I think you still can play a little bit like I think you can have guys leave from the group and be baby faces, but I don't know. I mean, it looks like they're doing a hard reset since Liv won't be in the picture for a while. So I don't know if they're thinking about possibly just making everybody on the same page and then making Liv be the bad guy once she comes back, and it's just like, what are you guys all lovey-dovey? And then who knows where this Roxanne Rodriguez story is still going. So
hmm,
I don't know. I think they gotta tie up some loose ends before they consider making everybody good guys.
I understand. I understand that, but I might slightly beg to differ.
Hmm.
And I'll
Well, go
only
ahead.
say that because what if you just start having them be baby faces right now? Just cold. Just do it.
Hmm.
Use Dom's babyface reactions he's been getting. Write Finn in a more baby-faced way and have him treat and be caring and supportive, but not with that conniving look that he keeps having on his face. That he's trying to show, yeah, I'm a villain. Yeah, I'm really planning something mischievous in the background. Have Finn actually be caring.
Hmm.
Then while Liv is gone, the group is it's in harmony. The group is in good, they're doing different things. And then Finn's going to then eventually want a world title again because it always keeps coming back to the world title. That's his biggest vice. And in my opinion, that's why Judgment Day has been always his group ever since he kicked out Copeland because he's kicked out any other threat, constantly trying to go after that world title. Who's gotten in his way, whether it's been a Rhea, a Damien, now a Liv. And so Liv is gone. He has what he wants. When he tries to go back for that world title again, let Liv come back. And when Liv comes back, let that dissension and then her trying to then keep the group on that good path while Finn tries to drag them down his selfish route. Have that then be the actual divide in the end of the Judgment Day. But I
Now,
don't see they can't like do that baby face run now, like in their matches. Have baby face like think about it with damage control. They didn't have a great turn. They just started wrestling like baby faces as
true.
a tag team tandem, and then bam, the crowd got behind them. JD is flashy already, and Finn is great in the ring. Let them just be flashy babyface tag teams against these heels. And if they gotta do the lie, I cheat, I steal methods at times, I mean, they already got Eddie's son in the group, so like just There you go. Like just, we rocking and rolling. Somebody got to be Chavo. So like, there
Somebody
goes
got.
Finn. There goes Chavo.
Well, two things. First off, you mentioned damage control, but then you fast forward 8 months and that group no
Uh-oh.
longer exists, brother. So I don't know. And
Uh-oh.
then if you're going to have them be baby faces, so then you're going to have, and then you're talking about Finn going after like selfish endeavors for the world title. So are you having Finn still stay a little bit on the naughty side, or are like is he wanting to go for the world title like nobly?
Oh
Like,
no,
how do you tell
like
that story
evilly,
if they're all going to be good?
because he's the one who's now a sheep, but the one who knows that he's a wolf is gone. Raquel knows enough, but Raquel can be without her girl there, with her being like, with Finn supporting her in the right ways and her getting some success and winning matches, and I'm sure they're gonna do the free bird thing with the tag belts, and then have Roxanne join her. There's gonna be enough um swooning and winning her over that by the end of it, Raquel's going to be on their side for that time period as well until Liv comes back, and then that's going to be the test: can Liv get them all back? And if they all go down the route of Finn, then they just turn back heel again, and then but now you rocket Liv to be this big baby face, because I think that's what they've been trying to prep her for in the first place, is a big baby face run, because the fans want to see it, and her hard work in the ring has merit for it. So, and to me, I don't see Finn ever getting a world title. So him kind of having the Judgment Day be his kind of like his like crowning end of his career in WWE. I'm not mad at that, because like he's had a very large impact on that group since
Yeah.
that Hell in a Cell 6 man with Liv Morgan there as well, conveniently, and AJ Styles, that Liv Club thing. Ugh,
Mhm.
different time period.
Well, I don't know. I can see where you're coming from. I can see your theory, and
I mean,
we'll,
you're
we'll
on ring theory.
yeah. um, we'll see what happens with that group. When you mention Raquel, I think if there's anybody who could benefit best right now, um, even though it's with the loss of her best friend, one of her best friends, it's Raquel. I think you can continue to push her. I think somebody mentioned, um, I remember hearing somebody mention, why aren't you pushing Raquel like that big beast that you're making Nia out to be on SmackDown? Like you could be, I think, and I know a lot of people are just like, well, Nia's more charismatic. Nia is better on the mic, but I think if you give Raquel a mouthpiece, like have people in the, if you're going to keep her with the Judgment Day, have people in the Judgment Day hyping her up, and like she doesn't have to say a word. She just goes in there and destroys girls, and then works her way up to the world title picture, or even just like that Intercontinental Championship picture. So I think she could really benefit right now with, especially with who knows what's going to happen with those women's tag team titles. So
I highly agree with that. My concern is, and because I remember probably why they stopped doing that, because she was doing like the "I'm strong" back gimmick,
oh
and
yeah.
she was do. But there's times where she was lifting people and not being able to fully lift them up, and not able to
Mm,
complete some power spots, and so I think they got away from that, because you don't have people doing that like Bianca Belair or Jordan Grace, and they're or a Jade, and they're picking people up and throwing pipers and the Nias
the
around like it's
ease,
nothing.
the ease.
And Raquel looks like she's struggling for some of the people around her size, and so when you have that, there's not that big believability behind that, but she can be this Street Fighter esque, like hard, like she can be a version. She can be like there's Ronda Rousey and then there's Sonya Deville. Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
Oh yes, 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 yes.
Like so, like you could do that. Like you could be Sonya Deville, and that's not an insult when you talking about one of the, at one point the world's greatest women's fighter at that time period on the UFC platform.
True.
Put all the specifications that I need to before somebody tells me about a tournament that I didn't know about. So,
yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens with these women's tag team titles. I could see where you're going with that one. Maybe not make her as dominant, but I mean, you gotta give her a chance though. I mean, like but you still you're afraid of her. Well, I guess I could see it on the other side. Like you're afraid of her picking up girls her own size, but you let her toss Liv around like a wrecking ball. But I guess because Liv is like half her size, maybe she could pull that off a little bit easier. I mean, but maybe you just have her working with smaller girls until she gets, because it's not that many girls her size anyway, especially on Raw. I mean, who can you think on Raw that's as big other than maybe Rhea? Rhea may be the biggest girl, the other biggest girl on Raw.
yeah, I can't think of anybody else on Raw who is bigger than her.
Yeah, it's like the
So no,
the
I
pipe.
don't think she has a big concern. But like my thing is the way they are booking her and the way they treated her in that street fight is the way she should be treated moving forward. Just winning.
Just what? Yeah.
Yeah, just winning, not losing, just winning. But no, she is. There was something there with her in NXT, and I just want to see them bring that back out of her again because it feels like, to a degree, she's being wasted, and she could be doing a lot more in like a higher scene.
Yep.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
I was looking over here to see what's going on with El Grande and
No,
all
me
these
too.
folks. But what I honestly would love to see how the Judgment Day would end. Go that selfish route, let them all go, but then let them turn again and leave
Mm.
Finn behind. Leave Finn and JD on their own. Let Dom take Raquel and Roxanne with him. Liv go be her own baby face. They go out to be their own trio. And let Finn and JD be their own thing. Because
Right.
they the boys. The home country boys. I doubt they just gonna turn on each other like that.
Right.
So
Yeah, it'd be hard to separate JD, especially since Finn was the one to bring him in, like you mentioned. Finn pretty much being the difference maker, whether it comes to booting out Edge and booting out Damian and bringing in JD. And so we'll see what happens.
cool,
Oh, you mentioned Trap. You mentioned the back of Raquel Rodriguez. Do you want to know what her Death Rebel theme is called?
It didn't sound bad, but what is her theme called?
I think the name of it is called Trap Queen. So you could
Okay.
take that take that as you will
Hey,
for
is she?
somebody from Texas.
Watch out!
Maybe
That's the trap queen, Raquel Rodriguez. Oh no,
the Trap Queen.
she's running in with a sledgehammer. Oh, watch out!
I want to
She's
see.
doing a drive-by. Oh
I don't want to try. Oh Lord.
no!
Oh Lord. We
Roman Reigns is not the only person with a drive-by.
see. We already talked about when we always talking about them using stereotypes always for the worst. So like, yeah, we definitely don't want to portray that image right now.
Not
With
at
the
all.
Mexican woman
Not at
being
all.
being involved in drag queen or Drive by. I don't know why I was about to say drag queens, but all right.
Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
What do you think is going on with Rusev?
With who?
And same with Malachi Black. Like, what's happening? It feels like we've missed something, and like they're just not connecting with the WWE audience anymore.
You said with Malachi Black and who else?
I mean, Aleister Black and
Or Aleister
Miro. Dang
Miro.
it, Rusev.
Yeah, right. My bad. It was my. I think
good.
I mentioned Malachi, but yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't know. I think it's them just coming back. We talked about it before about Triple H kind of dying down with the booking and kind of not having storylines for a lot of people, and I guess we'll maybe get to the fact that SmackDown is now going back down to 2 hours, so that's going to be even less time to feature folks again. Even though there wasn't even they weren't even really using that third hour a lot to progress other people that much anyway. But yeah, I think they're not making these guys like you got to make them out to look like big deals. If you just bring them back and then all they're doing is for Rusev's case is just squashing American or Alpha Academy, it's like you're not putting them right into the cusp of a big time role. So you're already making the perception look as though, oh, this guy's small potatoes he could beat up on, like the weaklings, or even in the case of Otis, like a guy who's just as big, but he ain't got the machine behind him, and so he just gets beat down a lot. So that just makes Rusev look on a certain level, especially, and like you could have had Rusev going out here against guys like Penta, or maybe challenging for the Intercontinental title against Dominic, and then Dominic just slipping on or catching them off guard, putting a banana in the tailpipe, and then finding a way to escape with a win and still make Rusev look strong. But yeah, you just have them going against these guys that aren't really on. They're not even upper mid card. They're not even mid card. They're like low mid card. Like Jay Lacey would look up his nose at them. So so
I love that.
Yeah, I just think that the position that the creative is putting him in is not very. It's not doing them any favors. And with Alistair, you got him like, I mean, he came back Black Mass to Miz, beat Miz, but it's like, again, where is Miz right now? Like, what level is Miz on right now? And then you kind of have him putting out the fire that Ron Killings had going. It's just like, oh Lord. Now they got Ron Killings going after him, and you're not making Killings a big deal anymore. So, like, who knows what they want to do with either one of those guys?
I hope that they get their momentum back. I hope that they get their energy back. Look at these two. I never thought these two would have. I thought these two would have fought by now. These two are all buddy. Aldous and Pierce.
Oh.
It works for everyone. If it works for you, it'll give you some matches on Raw. If it works for you, they'll give you some matches on SmackDown. It works for everyone. It's a win-win. No wrath. Moment, Tito, we're going to confer for a second. Take your time.
Take your time.
Then you know what?
What was the purpose?
Under one condition. Yes. Raquel and Roxanne, they're going to have to justify this decision. So they're going to have to prove to us and to the world that they're worthy champions. Yeah, so in 2 weeks at Evolution, they're going to defend those titles against a team from Raw, a team from SmackDown, and a team from NXT.
3 different teams. Wow. Well,
Great. It is official. Thank you. Look at this. On the same page. For now.
why are they even on the? Why are they together? Did they say why? Did they say why? Pierce and I mean, did they say why Nick is here?
No. They've been just kind of like doing this back and forth thing all the time where they're just on each other's shows. Best friends now, you know?
It's like,
for now, as he just said.
right. It's like when they first started, like when all this first came on, I think, what's his name? Pierce was just like, he had security out and was like, wouldn't let him in the building. Now they're buddy, shoulder to shoulder. Oh, Lord. Oh, we got a meat match. Big meaty men slapping meat.
I'm going to say this. I hope and I pray this match is good because that would just be so ironic to me because to jump into my past body to remember in 2015 and 16 looking at the League of Nations on my television screen annoying me to death and to think that now that we've ran feuds out of 3MB, now that we've become world champions and we ran those feuds back in a way, now we're gonna let's get the League of Nations out the way. My God, I just can't wait for the B team reunion, man. That's about to be crazy. My God, what a feud that'll be.
Well, who knows what Axel is doing? He might be the new member. He might be the 6th dude for the Wyatt 6. Who knows? Maybe he might have a character.
Wait, really?
But
no, you can't just drop something like that and then like, oh, really? Are you just spit that off the top of your head?
Just going that. I'm just playing. That is not a legitimate theory that I get.
I was like, where did it come from? I never heard that before.
Now you mentioned B team, so I was like, hey, you might as well throw Curtis Axel in there if you're going to get the B team back together.
For sure.
But I know if you meant the B team, like the actual team, or if you like with Bo and Curtis Axel.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Maybe they get united in that way, reunited in that way. I don't know. And speaking of 3-man band though, I think
Jinder got married. I think
got married, yeah. And they were at his they were at his wedding. So it was good to see them back together.
Everybody in the traditional garb. Beautiful to see. Drew, like he was having a ball.
Yeah.
Was so happy.
Yeah. I'm sure they had an open bar. Knowing how he gets down.
Oh man.
And then Heath Slater, is good to see him back around too.
Indeed.
But
aye.
All right, so these guys are throwing it all at each other and don't expect nothing less when you got Rusev and Sheamus going at one another. But if you want to get back, let's go ahead and get back a little bit to the because we didn't get a chance to review all of Night of Champions. And like you said before, I guess we can go ahead and then if anybody else joins us, they could just join us in progress. So we mentioned in WWE title matches. How about those King and Queen of the Ring finals matches? What did you make of Cody winning the crown, defeating Randy Orton, and Asuka being defeated by Jade Cargill?
King Cody. Just the memes and the internet cracked me up that my feed just got flooded. Oh, there were two black King of the Ring and Queen of the Ring winners this year. Oh my god. And then the next photo I look over the feed is literally him standing next to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Get
Of
out of my
course.
face,
Of
internet.
course.
Y'all waste no time.
See that one's always gonna be around.
Oh my god. But I thought it was very interesting to see the energy behind Randy and Cody. I thought this match was really good. I really enjoyed it a lot. It kind of larkened back to their Vengeance. I want to say that was 2011 match that they had where Cody was plucking at him while Randy was tapping at him. But the fact that they almost got me on that RKO out of nowhere, midair when Cody was going for the Cody cutter. And instead, he got caught into an RKO. I thought that was A, beautiful, but B, I thought it was over. And I was like, okay, Randy's actually going to run it back with Cena. That's remarkable. Okay. But no, I like the fact that Cody won. I love Randy's facials after the match because, in my opinion, that's the story. Now, the question is, does Randy wait until Cody gets the title back, or does he stop Cody from getting the title because that's his moment? He's the one who's supposed to defeat Cena. And so, because of that obsession, and now him also losing King of the Ring at the finals 2 years in a row, and this time to Cody. And yeah, Cody cheated in a sense, but Cody took advantage of Randy's foolishness. But I don't think Randy's going to see it that way. And so I think that was the final bit to Randy's heel turn. It's now, when does he strike? The Viper is loose at this point. And so I love that. For the Queen of the Ring, it wasn't the greatest match with Jade in there. And I hate that. But what I also hate to see is this whole buzz behind, oh, kill her push. She's done. This is her ceiling. I've seen way worse from the men. Get to world championships. So, like, I don't want to hear that. Like, she's, to me, at the same level as Jinder was in 2017. So, I do think, though, the story is to take a little bit longer. Keeping Jade in the oven, but we're going to tease it with some seasoning. So, we're going to pull you out. Some little butter garlic. And that butter garlic's going to be at SummerSlam when we have her challenge for the world title, but not get it. And I think Bianca's going to have a play in that as well, because I think Naomi's walking into SummerSlam with that belt. It's just who is she taking it off of? Like, what match is going to take place at Evolution for Tiffany to be so distracted for her to take it off of her there? Because she's losing it at Evolution. Because they want something to make that show memorable as well. And so why not cap off with a Money in the Bank cash-in? That way she can stop Jade from winning the world title at SummerSlam herself. Let Jade go too far in her actions at SummerSlam. Let Bianca come out and try to be the bigger person. But in the end, her actions help Naomi. Did she mean to do that? Did she not? Let's find out next week on SmackDown.
Yeah.
Let it be a slow bleed out, but that's the first cut of Bianca's heel turn, using Jade as the catalyst. But these matches, her girls being able to then run those matches back constantly, hopefully by the time we get to like a Rumble, a Mania, maybe Jade's in a comparable status then to be a champion then. I always think of Stone Cold talking about his matches with Savio Vega and how they got him into a place to wrestle. If she needs the right dance partner to get her into that place, cool. She's also unlearning what AEW taught her and relearning what WWE is teaching her. That's a lot as well. I expect her to be on the same track as Bianca, But Bianca didn't have the same training as Jade did, and the same training path as Jade did. So
That's true.
I give Jade her allowances because they throwing a lot at her, and she's delivering on some levels of it, and some levels she's got a lot of place to improve on. But like, there's other people on the other side of the coin who can as well. So I just hope that Asuka gets the shot at Saturday night's main event, or no, because that's that same weekend. So never mind. She is getting it at SummerSlam. Never mind. Well, I wanted Stephanie at SummerSlam, but I digress.
Oh yeah.
I digress. But how did you feel about the King and the Queen of the Ring tournament matches?
Well, it's interesting that we mentioned before when it comes to Punk, probably the crowd being in danger of turning on somebody, and it possibly being a long-term thing when it comes to crowds over here in the States, because both Jade and Cody were getting booed, and it was interesting to see that, especially in the case of Cody, with him being the golden boy, and like you mentioned, he was just taking advantage of the things that Randy Orton was opening up. But I think I do agree with you as far as it comes to Jade. I feel as though, because Jade's still, even now, what, 5 years total wrestling? Maybe 6? Like, if that. Like, and you talk about Jinder Mahal, even at that point with Jinder Mahal in 2017, he'd been wrestling for maybe 8-9 years. So we're looking at somebody who's still trying to come into her own. And like you said, I think she does need that right dance partner. Who that right dance partner is, we'll see. I mean, she had a very good match with Naomi, but I mean, Naomi is awesome. So it's like you said, I think put her in there with some good, with a good hand, as they say, a good person to kind of balance her power off of, and then somebody who they have good chemistry with each other, and I think it'll work well. So but I don't know. I think with Cody, and of course Asuka's coming off an injury too. I know she had the matches throughout the tournament, but she's also coming off an injury as well. But she's always a decent person to work with as well. She's just incredible. She's if not my favorite women's wrestler right now, like one of my top 3, and like one of the best. I would hold her over Charlotte in my head. I think she's just that good. When it comes to Cody, and let me throw this out to you. Do you think they should go ahead? I know I mentioned flipping Punk. Do you think they should flip Cody right now?
No,
No?
no, no. And
Quick and easy.
I think they both should follow their AEW track. And I think Punk was going to turn heel by the end of his world title reign in AEW if he would have got there, and they would have done a double turn with him and Max. I would like to see Punk, like he says, that belt turns him evil. When he gets to the world title finally, he finally takes his mask off at the very end of the horror movie to say, hey, yeah, I was hiding amongst y'all too, but I've been here the whole time and I've been the devil. And I finally got the one thing I've had to tap dance and shuck and jive for this whole time I returned back to the company.
Oh, he was, man.
So like that's what I see coming from a Punk, a Cody. The same way in AEW, people were like, Cody was beloved, and then all of a sudden the fans just kind of got tired of Cody and wanted Cody to turn. I want that same thing. I want us to rot Cody, basically. Because I want that to feed into his character. I think that gives his character a lot to talk about on the mic. They really trying to have this meat match. They are really.
They are swinging for the fence, head like straight up head butts.
That's the thing. I was not a fan of Sheamus for a long time, but his little banger after banger run that he's been on, I've been enjoying these matches.
Yeah,
and some of his small feuds, like with Cesaro back in the day, that led to the bar. Like I like that 7 out of 7. I liked his one match with Big Show at Hell in a Cell for the world title, but like outside of that, I'm not a Sheamus fan. But like I'm watching this right now, and I'm just like, I'm glad my man's still doing it. Like he looks slightly timeless at times in the face.
Yeah, he does. I got turned around on Sheamus, and before I get into my point, I'll go ahead. Bring on your tag team partner, brother. He just now appeared from the barbershop window. He's healed himself nicely. Brother Jay Lacey. What's going on?
What's happening, fam? How y'all doing?
Good.
Oh man, what I missed so far?
You missing a meat match right now. That's what you're really missing.
Okay, got you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got Sheamus and Rusev trying to prove a point out here.
Oh, am I here? Oh, okay. I don't know. My internet was acting up, but we just chilling, brother.
Okay. I'm about to put you through the barbershop window. It sounds like.
I know, right?
It was a turn.
I know. You're getting your payback. As I was saying, I think what was I saying? Was I talking about some? I was talking about Sheamus. So I got turned around on Sheamus when he had his run against Daniel Bryan. And like at first, like the 19 seconds, that irked me because Daniel Bryan Danielson, rather. He's like my favorite wrestler of all time. Like my favorite. And so like I'm just like, man, they doing D-Bry wrong, man. But then that Extreme Rules match that they had, the 2 out of 3 falls, man, they killed it. I can't even just say it was all D-Bry because it was like Sheamus put in his part too. And it was like a phenomenal one of my favorite matches, WWE matches. So I got turned around on him, and like you said, Gerard, with his run lately, just the banger after bangers, his stuff with Gunther and trying to go for that Intercontinental Championship. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great to see. And now, like you said, they're trying to have a banger right now. He's locked in the Accolade.
Dang, let me hit the live button.
He gonna pass out.
Wouldn't be the first time. That's how Rusev got the U.S. title back in the day. On a network exclusive after Raw, I think.
Real
when the WWE Network like first began, like they were like trying to push people to go right after Raw, and it was like Sheamus was the U.S. champion. He just beaten Dean Ambrose in that Battle Royal because the Shield were getting thrown under the bus right after when they were baby faces, and then Rusev was brand new, and that's when he had the undefeated streak and got that off of Sheamus.
That's a big pull
to leave for John Boy to get it at Mania.
All for those people paying that $9.99. They were pushing that $9.99. Same here. All right. Well, before we welcome our next brother in, speaking of pushing a subscription price, how about we go ahead and push this push this Patreon, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. $5 gets you in the door. If you want to pay more, we won't stop you, as the next brother would tell you, as we're on the drive, brother Nate, the drive to 500.
And I believe that there may be some graphical interface we could throw up on the screen. Ray, confuse you with your cousin Wei Ting.
Yeah, don't get me mixed up with my cousin.
There may be some graphics some imaging even that you could throw up to accompany this as we're talking about the drive to 500. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're trying to do, ladies and gentlemen. 500 subscribers on the Patreon, 500 subscribers on the YouTube. It's going to allow us to do more things at the network. And this ain't just about us. It ain't about what we can get to do with those subscribers in terms of equipment, in terms of shows, in terms of bringing people onto the network. It's about what we can do for you. And the first thing we can do, and Jay knows where I'm going with this, is if we get 500 on YouTube, 500 on Patreon, ladies and gentlemen, Ray Williams going to be showing feet in the chat. Ray is like, I have not agreed to any of this.
I said the feet will only break out with 1,000, so we're gonna have to double that up. I'll do the Ray SMR.
So 500, we get Ray SMR.
It's tears.
Also, we might get some Ray Williams feet on the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
It's tears, just like it's tears within our Patreon. It's tears to
how much of Ray's soul and body we can sell to the public.
Sounds like one of them twisted schemes in school. If you sell 200 candy bars, we'll give you a sticker.
Right?
Like the math ain't mathing. Real quick, Ray Williams, I'm gonna say something to nobody in general, but if the people watching feel like it applies to them, then let he who has ears hear. I just got off the phone with a good friend of the network, the good brother Andy B. From over the Multiverse Color. Salute to that brother. He will be making an appearance on the first edition of Super Salad, which is our new show that's going to be debuting next month in July. So shout out to that man, Andy B. But apparently there's people out here, Ray, that got problems with this man, Andy B. And I would just say to those people, if you are of that ilk, if you got a problem with Andy B, you got a problem with Nefarious, and trust and believe, you don't want them problems. I mean, hit him with that Stephen A. Smith with the Kevin Durant. You don't want to make an enemy out of me. You don't want to do that, KD. It's not going to end well for you. So yeah, just keep it cute is all I'm saying to these people that may or may not be watching this evening.
Well, with that, brother Nate, and it looks like brother Jay, I guess he might have been one of those people. I was about to say, did you just ran off on us, brother? But you know what? Let me stop talking. Why am I taking over? The two tag team champs are here, so I need to know my role and shut my mouth. As they
I thought you was doing good. You driving?
Oh,
you doing your best, Ron Killings. You driving now?
Oh damn! Is Ron Killings driving anymore?
Was he really driving now?
Wait a minute, who is?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too.
That looked like Cody. Cody the new Grande. All right,
I need whatever El Grande got.
That's
That's how you growing out here in weeks. You getting that tall? Look,
extra Grande.
I 5'7", a little bit taller.
What I was going to throw it to brother Nate and Jay, if you guys missed it and didn't get a chance to hear us earlier, we kind of up with Karrion Kross getting this payback on Sami Zayn right now. But we kind of did a little bit of a review of Night of Champions, starting with that title match and also going into the winners of the King and Queen of the Ring finals. Did you guys have anything to discuss? We also, of course, discussed the Muffin Man on whether or not he sold his soul for some more muffins.
The Muffin Man that turned into an apple turnover, Jay.
The-
Damn, an apple turnover.
Man.
So, what do you think, Jay? What do you say about your man Phillip's morals and
Oh, not so much about the morals. I mean, I can.
his
If
belief?
my thought is, if the apology came organically, cool. I mean, people change their minds. People change, have a change of stance and views and things like that all the time. I have no problem with that. However, it felt like Muhammad was a plant, first of all. And if he wasn't a plant, you could have gone with another name than Muhammad where you are.
Right.
That's like coming out here and say, okay, we're going to get a John, a Randy. Come
Right.
on. There's other names you could have picked from the hat. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
that to me had my spider, senses tingling a little bit like, okay, I'm not feeling this at all. Going into Friday Night SmackDown, having him dress the way he did, having him lay down that rap, if you want to call it that. He had some lines in there, but it was cringe, man. I wasn't. It was like Novocaine. I wasn't feeling it. You know what I'm saying? So I think WWE is they are taking the cool or the rebel out of CM Punk.
Yeah,
they are doing it, whether it's intentional or not. It's happening right before our eyes. We're actually seeing the cool drop off of him quickly. It's spoiling like quickly. And then Saturday to job him out the way they did, having them take the way he took the L, just like everybody else, falling for the hug, making him look like, he's below mid card. They basically jobbed him out. They tore him down, like 14 years worth of work to be done in 3 days, dismantled in 3 days is incredible. Bravo. That's what I feel about it.
Well, I think they were able to at least salvage a little bit when he kind of knew that the turn was coming after the hug, but then it's just the stuff with him with Seth coming back to bite him again. So and I think Jerron mentioned it earlier. It's just like we thought Nate, I know you like to bring this up a lot, or brother Chris likes to bring this up a lot. We thought our man the Funkasaurus liked the shuck and jive. Your boy your boy Phillip was out here dancing, tapping. I do whatever you want, sir. Yes, boss.
My thing is like, to Jay's point, like, people can grow and have different thoughts about issues as they evolve and their sentiments about those issues evolve. My thing is, why you apologizing to somebody that you don't need to apologize to? If you were going to apologize to anybody for your previous comments, it should have been the King in them. And so the question becomes, like, why did we do this in the first place, right? Like so I don't think there was a shred of sincerity in this. Right. Because if I'm Phil Brooks, I'm like, I ain't say nothing bad against the people of Saudi Arabia. I was talking about your government, which is trash and continues to be trash. And so, to me, I'm like, dog, if this is what we was going to get. Now, granted, full disclosure, I didn't watch it because I don't never watch none of these Saudi shows. Double middle fingers up to Triple H and them folks at TKO for putting the Royal Rumble in Saudi Arabia next year, because I won't be watching that neither. Right. But like, I would have preferred if Phil just hadn't gone in the first place, man. Because then at least I can believe in the illusion of the rebel instead of seeing this man had been beaten down by the corporation and doing what they say. And it's like, I get it, Phil. I get it, man. I got a job too, and I got to do what my bosses tell me. But yeah, it's like, damn, homie. In high school, you was the man, homie. What happened to you?
Exactly. And Gerard mentioned this earlier as well, when he was talking about CM Punk and having to pretty much bend the knee. And I was on the same page as you, Nate. I'm just like, he's one of the ones who can afford not to go. Like, he's one of your cash cows. It's like, you're not especially after getting them back after all this time to get them back. Like, there's no way you're gonna rupture that relationship right now. And if he says he wants to take off during this weekend, then more power to him. So, but I don't know, man. I just think like, as a wise person once mentioned a few years ago, the apology must be as public and as loud as the offense. So, and you guys mentioned like it not being sincere. And it kind of struck me too. You guys also mentioned the commonality of the name Muhammad. Guess who the name of the king is? So I had to go on the Google machine and see if they matched. Like, but they didn't look. They look kind of alike, but I ain't gonna be that racist, or I ain't gonna be that bigoted and be like, they all look like they look kind of similar. They kind of favor each other. But
so you saying they found a stand-in for the king? So Punk is really apologizing to the king?
That's what I was thinking, especially after I think it was the post show. They were having the post show, and guess who just happened to be in the crowd when they were having the post show? It's your boy Muhammad with the SmackDown hat. Just up
your man Paul out here. I'm really, really proud of what Punk did tonight. I bet you are. I bet you are, brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, when you gonna purposely take me to my opposing hood, I'm gonna change colors before I go. I'm gonna change colors for that. Well, ain't nobody else gonna be with me but me. I'm gonna change colors for that. Why?
It was very much LeBron in China.
Up to die. I truly am. Then I have no voice. I joined the voiceless. Who will be the voice of the voiceless?
Who will be the voice for me?
Not me.
Yeah, this was a LeBron in China situation. Like that time LeBron was in China and Daryl Morey's like, you need to speak out against the Chinese. And LeBron is like, brother, I'm in China. Just say that when I'm back in LA, but I'm in China, brother.
Right.
This is a road game.
Exactly.
The ops is here.
Exactly. And like Gerard mentioned earlier, there's no guarantee I'm gonna make it home.
Right.
This ain't just a road game. This is like
could be the last dance.
Still gotta get to the arena and get home.
Right.
I can still come up missing after the show. Because they travel mishaps.
Speak out about the atrocities of LeBron. You have a big voice, and LeBron is like, Man, you know what? Maybe you're right, Gerard. Maybe I got this whole thing all wrong, brother.
Because you gotta also look at it like this. Though Punk is a star, yeah, he's probably making a fat check too. When Homie came back, Nick Khan and them knew they also had him kind of slightly dead to rights. It's not like his AEW contract just expired and Homie was debating where he was going to go.
Right.
Homie needed to get that contract. And they said, why not just rub it in people's face more and have a bigger even boom than we already have and do what they wouldn't expect us to do by bringing Punk in. But we're going to make him dance to our song while he here.
Yeah, as you referred to him earlier, Gerard, company man, and as I referred to him,
Punk.
Cash money,
you gotta
Punk.
do it, man.
Cash money, taking over for the 99 2000s. So we'll see, man. We'll see what happens with him, but yeah, we did go over that championship match between him and John Cena, as well as the King and Queen in the ring. So you mentioned it, Nate. If somebody got to stand by their morals, it has to be us fans now, because I guess the wrestlers aren't standing by their ethics no more. So you and I were on one accord. We were both riding the Honda because we both we both decided to sit out watching the show live, but I watched some clips on YouTube.
You understand? I gave up
right.
a Nia Jax appearance for this.
Oh yeah.
I gave up seeing my sister Naomi and Jade and y'all folks overseas. Y'all need to stop booing these sisters. That's all I'm gonna say. But I miss seeing them because I stood up on what I believe in. Way Williams, Ray Ting, whoever you may be tonight, brother. I spent the evening and watched Lil Ashe, Return of the King. That man Cedric Alexander back in the building. It was a good show, man. It was good. I'm glad I took the time to watch it. It was free on the YouTubes, man. Like you can't beat it.
Yeah, I have to check it out. I didn't get a chance to check it out, but I did see Cedric return, so it's good to see him back.
Oh wow, we've painted the briefcase black and gold.
See, now you ahead of me again.
Got them nefarious media colors going, I see. Thank you for the shout out, wise man.
And I don't think people have been mentioning enough. You talk about the gold. This brother, ever since he turned like fully heel, he's been rocking this chain with this branded medallion. It's been looking fresh. It's like it looks more fresh than the outfits that he usually come out in.
If he would wear that and just go New Jack City with the rest of his wardrobe the whole time, just pick a different person from the movie and just dress up. Or the mob, and I think you won't go wrong. Seth could easily whip through that wardrobe and do just fine.
Well, no, he got like the sheer shirt on, like the sheer sleeveless shirt,
but the white boots though.
White.
It's them white boots though.
Look at the white shoes. Look at the white shoes.
Oh.
It's Jerome. This Seth is in his Jerome era.
Oh no.
Oh, that's my guy. With Seth being in the ring with Gunther, I guess we could preview a little bit of Saturday night's main event coming up. What do you guys make? I know we talked ad nauseum about Brother Jay. 4 letters, 1 word. Lost. He lost. And unceremoniously, even though everybody predicted that he was going to be losing sooner or later. Gunther, what do you make of him losing it only for Gunther to take on Goldberg? We'll start with you, Brother Jay.
Do I think Goldberg's gonna win? Nah. No. First of all,
things have happened, brother.
He's Goldberg is wrestling his last match in his hometown. That's a double negative. You ain't winning in your hometown, and you definitely ain't winning your last match. This ain't AEW. Nah, I think he's gonna take the L. I don't even know if there's gonna be a cash in. I mean, I seeing Paul Heyman with the Money in the Bank briefcase with Seth Rollins in his bag right now. I like that look. I mean, they can just drag that out for a few more months, and I think that's a thing. At least to the end of the summer, going into the fall, maybe. But I don't see him cashing in. And if he does cash in, I like the preview. I know you guys didn't watch it, but he could cash in on John Cena. You know, why not go for that goal? I mean, there's a lot of different stories you could tell with him going after the undisputed championship versus him going back for the heavyweight championship. I don't know. And plus, I think maybe there's a draft on the way too. So they could shake up the roster. He can go on that side if he with a potential cash in. So a lot of different stories can be told. So I mean, instead of retreading this one here, I think that might be the direction that they take, you know. So what do you think about it, Gerard?
I think you are absolutely correct that you don't go out on a win in your hometown in WWE a lot, which is why the Money in the Bank briefcase is there for Goldberg to lose after he becomes champion, because that's a scary possibility to me. That's a scary, but it's not what I want.
Does he hold it more than 3 minutes?
But it's definitely. Here's the thing: to send the man out as a champion, I could easily see it. for a moment in Georgia. I can easily see it.
Get some pictures or whatever.
Right.
But here's my question. I think it's all very contingent on the crowd. I would love it if it was a night call. Like we're gonna call it that night.
Oh,
If the crowd is truly behind Goldberg, let's do it. If they are not, because there's some concerns possibly that Gunther will get cheered over Goldberg, possibly. That is a discussion point.
yeah.
Currently. And so if he gets cheered over Goldberg, yeah,
Company man.
don't.
Company man Punk.
And he came to work on time. Look, he said, I'm here to get that check. I'm here to do what is needed to be done. I'm in the ring. I'm dressed. My hair is nice. I'm clean. I'm clear and under control. I'm here to do what I got to get done. Let's go.
He used no vacation leave, no sick leave. He's like, I'm here on time.
I took my vitamin C. I'm feeling healthy. I had my latte. I'm good.
I slept on the plane. I slept the whole 17 hours.
Okay.
I'm feeling refreshed. That's what it's. Oh,
He filmed himself too.
ooh.
Okay.
I tried not to say anything since I'm ahead.
I'm right with you.
Okay. HR is gonna have a conversation with him about that.
Yeah.
Oh man, come on.
You pushing your coworkers again, Phil? Oh wow.
At least he ain't choke him. Oh,
I
what?
love my man. That's so smooth. That was funny. That walk down was funny.
Oh yeah, we haven't had one of these in a while.
That was
What's good old round the concourse brawl? Was the last one? I think the last one was Becky and Trish.
No, there had been one before then. I mean, after that, that was a while ago.
Yeah, I'm not talking about just like a brawl in the stands. I'm talking about like going all around, to the different vendors. This is what you can experience at a WWE live event. Popcorn, hot dogs, t-shirts.
Brawl fights.
Brawl fights. They cut that one short though. Like I think the Becky and Trish one went on forever. Like they tore up a stand.
Yeah. Who can I think? Think somebody was it not
the trip.
Was it Drew and Drew and Damian that was fighting through some stands like that?
Really?
I don't know. She already
They fought in the back. No, that was that car thing. No, because they had the little fight in the back, and then that's when Drew got the glass in his eye.
Oh yeah. I'm trying to think. Unless I'm thinking of something from AEW.
I know AEW's had a few of those.
Oh, I'm thinking of
AEW's had a bunch of those.
Anarchy. Well, they got one at least once a year with Anarchy.
Death Rider's always fighting this when they ain't supposed to be fighting
somebody. Yeah, they fighting the cameraman. That's why your man getting sued.
Damn sure is. Chris need to hop on that lawsuit, man. And they snatched my mobility scooter.
I know, right? Get on there, class action, and then throw Jericho in on there. Oh Lord. Yeah, I don't know, man.
But Nate, I don't think we fully heard from you though.
Oh.
No, I like your idea of Goldberg winning and then getting cashed in on. It's funny though, because I feel like Jay was trying to make the illusion. I forget which NBA player said it, but when Paul Pierce was retiring and he wanted to have like the big farewell tour like Kobe's, like people don't love you like that, Mike. And I feel like Goldberg trying to have his farewell run like Sting. It's like, dog, it was cool, but people don't love you like that, Mike. But yeah, I could easily, and I think Gerard said something on one of the earlier shows this month where we would extend this to SummerSlam and he would lose at SummerSlam, but then win the next night against like some sacrificial lamb. So he goes out with a big win as the Goldberg we all knew. Yeah, it's interesting because I do feel like it's going to depend on the temperature in that arena that night. But if I were putting my money down, if I were betting on wrestling, don't bet on wrestling, people. That's stupid.
Please don't. No, never.
I would. I love gambling, ladies and gentlemen, but I would never gamble on professional wrestling. That is just throwing your money away. And if you want to throw your money away, $5 to the Patreon, Nefarious Media Network, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. $5 gets you in the door, and it's a better investment than gambling on professional wrestling.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll go with Gerard's idea and say Goldberg wins and gets cashed in on.
Gotcha.
I initially said the idea about Goldberg having a match later on, like that Dolph Ziggler style SummerSlam match where he crushes somebody and leaves, prior to them saying, "This is my last match." I think the cash-in is almost going to happen for the sheer fact of Michael Cole's commentary. But when you listen to him talk, he always trips up and says, possibly his last match. I'm just like, well, you can easily get 2 matches in if you do a cash in right after. And so, yeah, you would not be lying if you said this against Gunther is his last match. Yeah, I get what you're getting at, Michael. But I don't want it to happen that way, honestly. I don't know what I want for the cash in proper. Like, I don't know what babyface I want against Gunther. Because I don't think it's Jay anymore. I genuinely don't.
Yeah.
I think that time has come to a close. And so, no ye. Indeed. And so I don't know what babyface you put on the other side of that to then have Seth cash in on to take that away from the fans.
Gotcha.
This game looks amazing.
Well, we'll see what happens. Oh, this is Death Stranding 2.
Yeah, I ain't never played Death Stranding 1, but that looks amazing.
If you got the patience, it's worth it.
It's a lot of people being stranded out here. Stranded everybody.
From what I heard, oh man. From what I heard, yeah, it's a lot of walking in that game.
I beat the first.
I walk at home. I walk it. I walk in real life.
There's no vehicle mechanic in this game.
And then I think the tagline for the sequel, I think, is Death Stranding on the beach. Now we just walking on the beach. I can walk on the beach.
Like Ray is not completing any of the objectives. He's just taking a nice stroll on the beach.
Yeah,
where'd you get my tab from, brother? That's not in the game.
Unlockable.
It's just the mod I put in.
I don't think this was Kojima's vision for you to be walking around with a mod tab.
Kojima's like, that's not real gameplay.
Oh my god.
Oh Lord.
And new belts.
Speaking of Kojima, random question. What's a video game that captured your imagination, just hooked you back in the day? Because mine's definitely Metal Gear Solid 2. That game threw me off as a kid. So
it's been a minute since I gamed like that. Metal Gear Solid was dope. I was always into fighting games though, man. I always like Tekken, Street Fighter, all of those games, man. My son was on he was on Twitch for a little bit, and he just, he was like, "Hey, you still got it?" And I was like, I never lost it. So we had to put some pause on him, So he had to do what he do, So I mean, Tekken 6, it's Tekken 7. I mean, all of those games, Mortal Kombat. That's what I was into. I never really got into like the Final Fantasy games or anything like that. It was just really slow, and my ADHD doesn't work like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, always those kind of fighting games and stuff like that, man.
I think for me, it's obviously sports games were a big part of like what got me into video games in the first place, like Bases Loaded, Tecmo Bowl, stuff like that.
Okay.
Like GoldenEye is one of the GOATs.
That's a classic
to this day. But I think, to go a little bit against my guy Jay here, like I think the game that got me in and like showed me like, oh, video games can do this was Final Fantasy VII, man.
Oh,
That jank that came with like 5 discs in the mug, and you had to stop the game, put the new disc in, man. And like, yes, there were some tedious parts to Final Fantasy VII, but like the storytelling and like all of the even though it wasn't an open world, it felt more open than video games had been up to that point. So yeah, Final Fantasy VII to me, like that was the game changer. I ain't played none of these new remixes and remakes and reimaginings because it's just too much. It's just too repurposing. It's too much. Like there's too many Final Fantasy VII. Like you can only have one. Like then you go to 8, 9, 10, and so forth. It's like this Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Like I don't need this. But that original one was off the chain.
Yeah, for me, like my earliest memory, or at least, well, I want to say the 2 games that pretty much molded my childhood, and that was Contra and Super Mario Brothers 3.
Okay.
You know what? To tag on to what you said, Metroid was my game, bro. That was the one right there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That was the original. I was like, yo, this is crazy. And then, of course, the Konami code, like you were saying, Ray. But
oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, for sure. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you're all good. And which actually spawned a good YouTube channel, which is related to WWE. Before I get into like the things that kind of made me realize what gaming was coming into, let's go ahead and get this brother on. He was in for a little bit backstage, but he came back to join us to bless us with his presence. Always a pleasure to have on the good Professor Dr. Chris Ely.
Hey, what's up, y'all? What y'all doing?
What's up, Chris?
Just talking about video games while we're watching Raw.
Oh, okay. I'm not even watching Raw. I forgot that shit.
Classic Chris answer. Classic Chris.
Damn.
Vintage Chris,
if you will.
Yeah. Well, I had to hit a deadline for my article that comes out tomorrow. So
Lincoln Square, folks. Lincoln Square.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, I think, because I was pretty big into fighting games as well, Jarek.
Yeah, same here.
And I think a large part of video games stems from like my own like memories that I have with just other people, like just other friends, like discovering new games or playing together. As I believe it's pretty much linked with everybody, is just the moments and the experiences that you have with people that stand out with video games. And so I think me playing, I think it was right after I graduated from high school and I went to junior college or community college. And it's like every night these guys, or every day rather, these guys would just be in like the student union center, just had a TV out, and they'd just have like the PlayStation 2 out, and they would we just rotate, like have a rotation going on Soul Calibur 2. And just like the graphics, and it's just like it doesn't age. Even now that I play it, like sometimes I have like the HD version on my PlayStation 3, like it doesn't get old. And then every time I go to conventions and they have either a console play or arcade play, like within the video game convention, I'm always looking for Soul Calibur 2. And like I said, I like fighting games. I'm not the best at fighting games, but that was one that I just loved playing. So
yeah, I was like that for Soul Calibur 1 for the Dreamcast.
Shout out to the Dreamcast.
I used to play that religiously, man. That game was like that's probably like the best game that came out for Dreamcast. I don't know. Some people might say Ready to Rumble boxing too.
I'll say Allen Iverson on NBA 2K would like to have a word, Chris.
Yeah. That was cool too.
Crazy Taxi was pretty fun too.
Oh, Crazy Taxi!
Oh, yeah.
Crazy
Taxi.
But yeah, like
Dreamcast was fun, man. Shout out to
we're not gonna sleep on Sonic Adventures, okay, y'all?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're just not.
But yeah.
Well, what
Sega
about
was
you, Chris?
underrated.
Yeah. What about you, Chris? Was brother Gerard's question was, what's one video game that pretty much made you kind of blown away as to what video games could be?
It would probably be that Soul Calibur
Soul
because it
Calibur
looked
one.
so good. And then also like once the like Madden games like start going from like the original Nintendo or Super Nintendo, what I knew, and then go into like the Dreamcast or the PlayStation or whatever, and how like real it looked as opposed to what I used to play with the Madden games that was ridiculous, man. It was like it's just, and then I think there was that one Madden. I want to say it was the 2000 one where Ludacris has that at the beginning of it. It is just that video stuff.
Madden 2000, leave your face in the grass and your pride in the dirt. So put on a skirt if you come on this field and don't want to get hurt.
Yeah.
You leave bruised and beaten, all black and blue, and it's been like this since Madden 92. Like, we was getting a concert.
Yeah, and that was my first time knowing that Ludacris was a rapper, because I didn't know him from Atlanta because he was Chris Lova on the station out there.
Yep.
And then I heard him do that rap. I was like, oh, he's got some flows. And then a couple years later, he became like, Ludacris, and had all this like CDs and stuff. But yeah, that was a fun game.
There's things on this field that you just can't change. Sports it's in the game. What you got? The rock in the palm of my hand. What you want? I want John Madden. Like that. We about to play. I thought this was just a game we was about to play, Jay. Now it's serious.
Yeah. That's what I was like too. It's like because the old games, they look good, but they weren't. They look good for the time, and then those newer games were like crazy.
Madden 2000 was crazy. I'm gonna tell you another game, Chris. People sleep on, but those that played it and remember it fondly, man. To me, this may be the greatest football game ever. NFL 2K25 or NFL 2K5. Made by Sega, and it had everything that Madden had and more, and it was only like $25, and then it ended up like, that shit. We ain't doing this thing.
That was when the EA people start making the console company signed them to like exclusive contracts. Like you couldn't do the 2K Sports anymore.
They had the real like Chris Berman and I can't remember. No, it wasn't Tom Jackson, but they had a studio show with Chris Berman, and it may have been like not Scott Van Pelt. There's another guy I'm looking. I can see his face. It made Kenny Mayne. I think it was Kenny Mayne. And Chris Berman. We had the studio show, and this always blew my mind when I was playing the game back in the day. Like you be playing your game and it's halftime. They show the stats, whatever. Okay, that's standard. Let's take a look at some of the action going on around the country. Madden does this to this day, right? Madden will do it, but they'll just show you the scores. These motherfuckers had highlights, right? Highlights of games that you wasn't even playing in. Let's go to the Raiders. Rodney Peete drops back and hits a 65-yard bomb to Rocket Ismail. I'm like, damn, Rodney, we got to play them next week. They ain't playing. Like they had highlights of games that you wasn't even participating in, right? They had a code called first-person football. It was Trey Wingo. Yes, Trey Wingo. They had a code called first-person football. It showed you putting on your helmet, and the mode didn't quite work right. It was a little wonky, but they tried it right. And then the NFL was like, nah, son, y'all can't be giving this to people for $25. You gotta EA $60 a game.
Yeah,
right.
Because that's what happened with the because NBA 2K was nothing was better than that, man.
Yeah.
And then I forgot. I don't know what happened, but like because the contract rights to NBA 2K, I think they went to EA, if I'm not mistaken, something like that.
So EA had a NBA Live, and it's kind of the opposite of what happened with the NFL license. Like, and I don't think it was an exclusive thing, but I think it was more the NBA 2K games were just way more popular.
Right, they were awesome. Yeah.
Than NBA Live, and it was just like EA was like, "Nah, we ain't even gonna make no more basketball games."
Oh, okay, yeah.
We ain't even gonna do this. No, I think the last one they made was like in 2015, 16, maybe, or maybe like it was like Joel Embiid was the cover star. Like I think it was Joel Embiid's second or third year.
That's foreshadowing right there.
It's like the last 2 or 3 cover stars, it was like Joel Embiid, James Harden, and maybe Zion Williamson. It's like, yeah, it might be time to call it a wrap on this series.
Yeah.
I say Live was the dominant series for basketball up until I want to say like 08, 09.
Yeah,
because even then I can't even remember who's on the cover at that point.
Yeah, like they
pretty much
some other like from the like EA Big, I think is what it was called.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it was like the where you would play all these street basketball games.
Yeah, NBA Street,
like,
NBA Street,
like all this league on the way and stuff.
Bailey lost.
Yeah, I were going to
And I think what NBA 2K really took off was that, and I think it was 2K11, the first year they had Jordan on the cover.
Right, yeah. Because that was the first time they got him in the games, right? Where,
and they had the Jordan mode for the first time, and it was like everybody's like, "Oh, it's a wrap."
Because I remember on EA, on the Bulls, they had some guy named Player 99, and he had all of Jordan's moves. He just wasn't Jordan.
They squabbling.
Yeah, it was ruled a draw because both of their shoulders were down.
They squabbling.
Tell me you don't care without telling me you don't care. Oh, they are squabbling. Oh, Bailey though.
You can tell Bailey's a heel. She with the color choices she's rocking now. Definitely a heel palette.
But she's not wrong.
She's not wrong. She isn't though. She isn't.
Yeah. That's wrestling logic has never made a lot of sense.
Do you think that Lyra's strong enough that she's the one that's going to be babyface still, and they're going to make Bailey go heel? I don't think Lyra's strong enough as a babyface.
I don't.
That if Bailey is the one that goes heel, I think it's going to be a forced swap, and they're going to make Lyra go heel by the end.
I would have been shocked if I'd heard myself say this like 8-9 years ago. But I think Bailey's a really like a damn good heel. I think she may even be a better heel than a babyface at this point in her life. And so it's like Lyra should be the babyface, but I don't think she can hold. She's like Tiffany Stratton in that Charlotte feud. I don't think she can hold up her end of the bargain.
Right. Well, like the thing is, once these like certain wrestlers, like when they've been around for like 10 years, they start becoming like legacy wrestlers, you know. And it's harder to get them booed. Not impossible. It's just, you know, once people like who they like, it's harder to get them to like get off of that.
Man, Punk.
Company man, a word.
Yes, we're from now on the Muffin Man's new name. Chris is Company Man Punk.
Oh yeah.
I'm using it as a term of endearment. Hey, you just gotta go to work sometimes. You just gotta go to work sometimes.
Yeah. He can't escape that, man.
That's the beautiful thing about the name, Gerard. You can kind of take it however you want.
I'm not calling him corporate man Punk.
Right. No, not that far. He's just Company Man Punk.
Yeah.
He's a team player.
He's gonna do what's best for business. You know? Which is,
I'm real proud of the kid.
Like, I mean, America's probably just as messed up as Saudi Arabia right now. So, like, you can kind of make that argument. It's just when you've been so adamant against like the human rights stuff that they do out there. It becomes really harder to defend that position. And I know I'm guessing because Pollock, I heard him say on one of the shows that they don't even get bonuses for doing Saudi Arabia anymore, right? He said
That's what I heard too.
that those
Yeah.
are leaked in. I can't believe that though. Not saying I don't believe Pollock. I'm just saying if you're getting me to fucking fly to Saudi Arabia, that money's gotta be
Right.
more than what I normally get, you know.
Yeah, especially on the doggone brink of a possible world war
Right,
over there in the Middle
yeah,
East.
exactly. Like
I'm at least getting mileage.
yeah.
Right.
Like,
I'm logging some miles in, you know what I'm saying?
Just make sure you save your receipts.
Right.
I charge more for speaking engagements if I have to leave the county, you know. It's like so.
Chris is like, I charge more to go to Sacramento. And that ain't
Right.
Saudi Arabia, that's Sacramento.
Yeah, so I mean, if you got me going to Saudi Arabia, that's a fat knot. You gotta.
They're like, we'll get you on diamond status with Delta.
Especially what those talents go through when they do those trips. Like I remember that one time they got like stranded or something, and everyone was complaining about it.
Right.
If you're gonna get me to risk that kind of stuff, man, the money's got to be more. It just can't be regular.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, that was a different company.
Yeah.
We value paying people based on your loyalty and different perks and how long you've been here, because Jericho got such and such amount for going, and Taker and everybody else got their cuts and their checks, but it's a different company. I don't know if the sway of saying no is what it is and what it used to be. And let me put it like this. I don't think it's as I will lean very hard on the hypocritical side if this was him standing next to Trump smiling.
If this was what?
Hey, then this is me. This is me taking this outside and finding a safe place to reenact the LeBron leaving Cleveland. Because at that point, yeah, you lost me too, Punk, on that one. But like, I lean on the colors. And when you go into different neighborhoods and you just gotta, you might lean blue, you might lean red, but if you work for DTE and you gotta drive there to fix the power, you gonna wear them company colors so you can get that check that day. You're not gonna tell your homies, everybody else. This just happens to be globally televised for Punk, so he just can't hide the fact that he had to drive to the opposite neighborhood.
Yeah. But I mean, to me, the easiest way to combat that is to just not talk that shit in the first place, you know?
Like, have a KD burner account.
Right. It's dope. Like, because I'm not going to ever fault somebody for getting their bag or getting their money. But at the same time, you know, when you are making yourself like known as you know what's going on out there and you're against it and you're going to all these little like Stop the Steal rallies, not Stop the Steal, he didn't go to that.
The No Kings
protest and all this other stuff. I mean, come on, man. People are going to hold you to that higher standard. That's not something you can escape.
Right.
And I think John mentioned it on the post show for Night of Champions, not only with that stuff, with his comments towards the regime, but also when he was with AEW and having like the t-shirt on repping pro trans rights, and you're
and abortion rights and all that other stuff too.
Reproductive rights,
And you're going to a country where they can like, you know, where they actively look to kill you for doing stuff like that. I mean, America's not that far off from those people. That's the messed up thing about it, though, is people don't really realize how horrible things have gotten with Trump, because they are like, you know, they're letting women who need abortions to save their lives, they're letting them like bleed out and stuff like that. and at a bunch of hospitals, not just one, in all these red states, and they're doing active like trans discrimination and stuff. Not killing you for it yet, but that's not, if they get their way, it's not that far off.
Happy Pride. Speaking of which, last day of Pride Month, 2025.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. But like you said, brother Chris, is his choice. If he wants to make the money, who am I to say not to do it? So
yes,
yeah, you gotta get your money.
His choice to do it, and my choice to make fun of him for it.
Yeah,
exactly.
It works, brother.
I've been taking
out that he gave the money to charity or something.
Right.
Like Mustafa Ali did with his money. Like if you holding on to the money, then you're part of the system like everybody else.
I bet not see not one new pair of shoes for the rest of the year, Punk. I bet not.
Yeah, because now
new J's, I bet not see them.
Yeah, because he's a shoe head.
Not one new Cubs jersey. Keep
no chains, nothing.
Nothing.
But I bought this with my own money from home. It's still nothing.
My grandmama gave me this chain.
You better wear that Gracie Jiu-Jitsu hoodie I saw you with like 10 years ago. That's all you do every day.
You still got that AEW swag.
Right.
I don't think you can wear that here.
I know, right?
Just put some black tape over it.
And then people started thinking it's hints too. It's like, why is he wearing a Britt Baker t-shirt?
So they are in Pittsburgh tonight.
That is true.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Where is Britt Baker?
Yes, it's as good as mine. She probably wherever Mariah May went to pass away, and then this new woman just came up on NXT. I don't know who this woman is, but yeah, I don't know about Britt Baker, man.
Yeah,
where she at?
Yeah, she might be showing up on NXT soon. I don't know.
Right.
What's her new name gonna be, Chris?
If they don't, I mean, they should call her Britt Baker, but I don't understand how the names work over there. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Because
I was like, go ahead.
Because I just don't like. How does Ethan Page, who's not as popular as Mariah May, get to keep his name, and Ricky Starks, who's more popular than
Ethan Page,
and all those other cats? What's the 10 guy?
Sean Spears.
Sean Spears. Like, how's he? He was they already gave him a slave name during his first round.
There he goes.
And then he goes back. And they were like, oh, you could keep your AEW name. And he's never been as popular as Ricky Starks or any of those cats. So I just don't understand it.
Or Julia.
Or Julia.
The weird thing with Ty is Sean Spears is his Ty Dillinger to me is a bigger name.
Right.
Yeah.
I more recognition behind it.
Yeah. Oh, that was kind of anticlimactic for the run up.
I thought he
was about to do something crazy.
It's like he spoiled us.
It's like LeBron on a full court breakaway, and we get a finger roll at the end. It's like, oh, okay,
a double pump finger roll.
It's like when you're on 2K, when you use up all of his turbo. Like he ain't gonna dunk, he just lays it up like, oh.
the animation.
Like, that's very impractical, LeBron. Like, why did you just dunk or lay up? Why did you make the dunk motion and then go to the finger roll?
Right. It's not even like there's not even the middle motion, like the transition.
That's why your stamina out. LeBron, you over here just losing frames. I'd be tired too if I was jumping like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh Lord.
Oh, Sammy. We gotta get you some glory stuff.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
Sammy got a little bit of rhythm.
But the thing is, he got his ribs taped though. You know what I mean? You gonna do something like that?
That wrestling logic.
Yeah.
Right.
I see where you go with it.
My thing is like, just at least one time I would love for a wrestler just to take the ropes and then just grab their ribs in pain and just not go through it.
Like, nah, I can't do it.
Right.
Oh,
My bad, Pinto.
I
I know you want this hot spot to go to break, but we can't do it, dog.
Just leave Pinto hanging out to dry, man.
But that would make Braun Breaker look real foolish. Like I can see like Brunson Reed having to take, and then Braun Breaker like
it just falls down. It was the inertia.
That's another glitch. There's another lost frames.
You can do that spot. You just need some smaller people on the catching it. That's all.
Right.
So it's more believable. If you have the right baby face, you have a Vikingo do that. You have the person drop down, dramatic style. Oh no, my buddy, but I'm still got this emotion. I got to do something with it. So he lines up and then does a double move to take both people out. So you just need the right baby face for it. You need that 2002 Rey Mysterio with some good knees.
People on Twitter is wild. I seen somebody the other day like Rey Mysterio is not even a top 25 luchador of all time. Like,
what?
Yeah, that's ridiculous, man.
Like what?
Talking out of ignorant.
Like that's the problem with lists is people often go by what they like instead of like the tangible facts that could be measured, you know, with like data and research and move set and all that stuff.
Why does it look like Totally Spies? K-pop Demon Hunter. I ain't never heard of this.
And that's the thing
what
too.
Are you talking about?
No.
It's like it's Braun Breaker, but it's Penta in the ring. What are you talking about? Paul Heyman's laughing, but like I don't see no girls on my screen. I watched Totally Spies. You're lying to me.
Gerard got that advanced Netflix, no commercial breaks.
not one single. I fade to black and fade right back to the show. Yo, I got what does it say at the top? I got 19 seconds till y'all come back, I guess.
So you missed out on this great Fantastic Four commercial.
Yeah, I'm like 15 seconds till we get back to live. So
good. I ain't seen nothing but the Fantastic Four teaser. I don't want to see anything until I see the movie because Marvel spoils way too much in that trailer. So wet my palate and then leave me alone.
Yeah.
And then sometimes they spoil their own movies 2 days after it comes out, Ray. Like, did you know the Thunderbolts is actually the new Avengers stuff? Like, if you didn't see it opening weekend, I feel bad for you.
So, Ray, have you learned that you can go see Fantastic Four during the opening weekend so you don't get talked about?
Ray gonna see it before it even come out. He's like, I need that Croatian stream with Tony Kukoc narrating the movie.
Like
this like on Wednesday.
I haven't heard a lot of noise about Fantastic Four. My parts. Yet, you know, I haven't really even heard a lot of noise about the Superman movie yet.
It's weird. It's constant on my stream, but it's constant from like the companies.
Yeah, that's
like I don't see like a lot of kind of natural, organic like engagement, like with people talking about the movies. I'm gonna watch them both, but like it doesn't feel like I don't know if people just aren't hyped for it.
I
Yeah,
think both franchises. Go ahead, Jay. What you say?
I was just gonna say I'm gonna watch both. I typically don't watch a lot of DC movies in theater because I'm disappointed every single time. I shouldn't say every single time. Most times, I say 8 out of 10 times I'm disappointed.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm curious to see how they do Superman in this one.
I think DC and Marvel fans are kind of on the edge of their seat for both movies, but quietly on their edge of the seat because DC struggled, even though we were told. I think Blue Beetle was great, but like, we were supposed to tell Flash is going to do this great thing, and then it did nothing for us.
Well, yeah, that was that thing had all kind of production issues. And,
the main star issue.
Yes.
That dude
out here beating up people in Hawaii and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like that ain't what the Flash would do, brother.
Yeah, he was just on one, man.
Oh, so
it was problematic.
Looks like we ended Black History Month with New Day losing.
Who they lose to? I'm still.
They lost to
Judgment
Day. Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot that happened.
And Judgment Day were playing the baby faces, and New Day was trying to cheat to win. He I think what's his name? Xavier had the belt, hit Finn with a belt shot, but he ended up kicking out. And then
was it for the titles?
Yes.
See, if John Cena would have hit him with the belt shot, he wouldn't have got up because that's how that works.
He'd have been out for 30.
I'm trying to I'm wondering what's going on with New Day's contract situation.
I think
because I couldn't find anything concrete on it.
What was like you give them gold with that heel turn?
Yeah, nothing.
Or a tag title reign. Something that you all have plenty of. And if you listen to the turn, we talk about two different things that we have yet to A, address, or B, even get anywhere near.
Up on this thing?
Xavier, you ain't never won no singles title. You ain't never been able to clutch that bag. And Kofi, you never addressed anything about that world title loss. And you ain't never really got mad about that and went and got yours.
Yeah.
Those are the two biggest notes out of that conversation. Outside of Biggie left us, but that argument between the two of them, one of those issues that we have not fixed yet.
Yeah, I think something's going on there, man. I do think that that something's going on there. I just don't know what it is.
Okay.
Damn.
If they leave, do they
now,
go to AEW?
Would New Day go to AEW?
Yeah,
I think so. I think they would if Triple H is. But to me, that's just a horrible look that you don't need if you're Triple H. I don't understand, like, because that'd be like that'd be 2 extra black guys in a calendar year going to the other company. Like, I don't understand unless you're just I mean, but they're doing now all that Tony Hinchcliffe stuff. Maybe he's trying to get back into trying to get them back to the right wing roots they're used to being. Because WWE is a pretty woke company, not by their own doing. Well, kind of by their own doing, but not because they wanted it to be that way, just because the way they shifted the culture, you know?
Philanthropy. Oh my God, I can never say that word. Philanthropy is the new way of marketing, was like what Stephanie McMahon said years ago.
Yeah.
At a conference. Basically laying out why they do the Susan G. Komen, why they do all the stuff that they do. So, you are absolutely correct, Chris.
Yeah, and they've done everything they can to like mainstream themselves. This is the price of mainstreaming yourself, is you have to be responsible with your television optics and stuff. And necessarily think Triple H is ready to do all that. You know,
CM Punk,
yeah.
Company man
Good
Punk.
old company man Punk.
Company man.
Not even that, but the fact that Triple H went on that press conference and said he was man enough to apologize to Saudi Arabia.
He's a good kid, guys. He's a good kid.
Yeah. I was like, why are you? He apologized. The people didn't do anything to him in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
He's talking about the fucking government out there. So,
well, as Ray brought up, this is ring theory, Chris. Ray threw out a little conspiracy theory of his own. The fan that Punk apologized to personally was named Muhammad. What is the king's name of Saudi Arabia, Chris? Muhammad.
Yeah.
And he bears a slight resemblance to this fan, at least in Ray's eyes. So Rick, even though he was apologizing to a fan, Chris, he was apologizing to the king.
Yeah.
The surrogate.
I think that was just basically because like he doesn't owe the government out there any kind of apology.
Whoa. I'm a cut in real quick. Davion Washington, sir, if this is true, he's talking about Brooke Lopez going to the Clippers. That's pretty interesting.
Another rumor I heard was because it's all about these centers, man. DeAndre Ayton could be a Laker.
I heard something about that too.
Looks like either DeAndre Ayton or Clint Capella may be their target for a veteran big. And I'm like, Lakers, you taking the wrong Hawks center. I told you who you need to take. Chris, you ain't passed out along to Jeannie and Robin now?
I wish I could, man.
Like Robin,
Stop it, shadow owner.
The invisible hand of the Los Angeles Lakers, Chris Ely.
Yeah. I used to actually have a little bit of access to Jay Moore, but now he's married to Jeannie, so I don't even know how to get in contact with him.
Damn. See, if you were still cool with Jay, man, you know what I'm saying? There'd be a whole lot of
he used to perform at the Ice House out in Pasadena. And I haven't seen him there in a while, and I think he's living off of that Bus Family Trust money.
See, you see the vision, Ray, because if Chris could get us back in contact with Jay Moore leads us to Jeannie Buss. Jeannie Buss, wait a minute, Ray, leads us to David McClain and Wild Women of Wrestling.
Oh, wow. It always circles back to wow.
My promotion of the year last year.
Oh. Gorilla Press. Oh, DDT.
So Nate, I did watch a little bit of the Ashe wrestling. First of all, the match that I only saw one full match. Well, I take that back, 2 full matches, but the one I really liked was the Bishop Khan match versus Diego Hill. That Diego Hill kid is quick.
Yeah, like I like that match. I liked obviously Cedric's return match. Shook D, like the Shook D match was cool. I just think Shook D is just like an interesting story. This dude has been doing it for a minute, and has had success like in pockets at different promotions, but he's still like on the grind. But I had a good time with Ashe. I almost said Asahi, and that's not how you say that promotion's name. With Ashe, they just do moonsaults every match. That's the finish to every match. It's a moonsault.
You have to end it with a moonsault. Yeah,
Asahi. That's what we do.
He's pinning him, but he didn't do Asahi, so it don't count.
Like, damn, these matches is great, but the finishes are very repetitive. Like Asahi, that's what we do. But I thought Big Swole and Chris Lee on the commentary was hilarious. Like Big Swole, like definitely like found like in the Cedric match in particular. And she's like, nope, I'm not being unbiased at all. Like y'all know who I'm rooting for. And even when Cedric was doing his heel stuff at the end, she was like, Chris was like, you need to have a talk with him at home tonight. She's like, I will. I'll tell him he's absolutely right. Like I see, like if you weren't able to see it Saturday, it's still up for free. The whole show. on their YouTube. So yeah, like I remember when Darius Lockhart was talking about starting that promotion, because I think we had talked about it on the NWA podcast, but just life and work and stuff hadn't been able to follow.
Right,
but it was a good show.
Yeah, because my problem with those black companies in the past is that they would be like, every wrestler would be like the same street wrestler, like that be after money, like in that Urban Empire Wrestling. Like they didn't have one like character. It was all just Negroes that's after the Fedioka, the money.
It's Def Jam Fight for New York, the promotion.
Yeah, basically.
Hey, that would go crazy. Stop playing with me. Subway fights would go crazy.
Yeah, that was a great video game. Talking about video games, man.
Yeah.
That third Def Jam was so disappointing. I was
the first one was the best, and the
first and second was crazy. And then that third one, I was just like, oh man.
Like, I think we're done here.
Y'all had, man. like now we got a fighting game, but I also got to like manage a record company at the same time. So there's like management simulation aspects of this game. I'm not here for that.
Anthony Anderson, what are you doing here?
I just want to beat people up with Big Boy from Outkast. That's all I'm trying to do.
EA just had to EA it up.
Damn sure it did, man.
They always do by the end.
I got the EA pass, and I'm like, every month I'm contemplating like ending the subscription, but then it'd be like something they put out that I want to try but don't want to pay for, like the NHL game. I'm like, okay, or the FIFA joint. I'm like, okay, like, cause I ain't paying $60 to play this damn EA game, but I'll pay you $15 or whatever it is a month to play it for free.
Yeah.
The UFC games aren't bad though.
No, they're not.
Story mode's a bit repetitive though.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Oh, who's coming out?
There he is.
Is he gonna stroll down to the ring, or is he actually gonna run?
No.
What you think was everybody trying to one up Jeff Hardy. Jeff Hardy's like, at least I put a little jig in my step.
Yeah.
I know my brother's getting his ass beat, but I got to dance one time.
I thought
at least he ain't eating,
The Undertaker. Time coming down to the dang ring. First Undertaker, then Roman started doing it. Randy started doing it with his entrances, and then everybody else. Travis Scott had to come out and walk slow. Seth Rollins this past weekend had to walk slow.
Yeah.
Everybody, it's the theme. Now you got Jay walking. Ooh.
Super kick. Super kick, super kick, super kick.
You didn't use up
3. Don't forget about me.
5 Samoan moves of doom.
Oh, speaking of Samoans, ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna talk about it on the NWA podcast as well. The prophecy has been fulfilled. Hikulea is back on these streets, aka Tonga, the tallest Tongan of them all, Chris.
Yeah.
So tall.
Let's see what happened with that.
There's no Tongan taller than him.
Because he helped Jay Uso win, right?
Damn, look, why was I like, this is ending early? And I'm like, oh, it started at 6 though.
He helped Solo Sikoa, the real lead singer. He helped him finally win the U.S. title.
2.5 hours. Okay. I guess that was
jokes on y'all.
But who called it? Who called that one though?
Well, that's the I'll give you that, but I do think that's his peak though. So I think he won that belt to lose it at SummerSlam.
Damn.
He's probably not wrong.
Go crapping on my parade again, Chris.
Well, I don't know, man.
Chris, I mean, he ain't wrong.
Pushing it, I just like that was an uneventful win, on the Saudi show.
Let's have fun. This is ring theory. What if Jacob Fatu beat John Cena?
I wouldn't mind it. And I don't know what I have to read Brandon Thurston's WrestleNomics stuff. I don't know how to share my screen. I don't know what the company metrics are at the moment. I can tell you from just where I'm at, it doesn't feel like a hot company the way it did probably around WrestleMania. It feels stagnant. I don't know if it's stagnant, but they need to do something, man. And I don't, Jacob Fatu would be. I think he'd be a jolt, as good as anybody. That John Cena heel turn has just been awful as fuck, man.
But Chris, without the John Cena heel turn, we wouldn't have got rapping ass company man Punk on Friday night.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that was cute. I thought that was funny. I mean,
y'all gotta stop dogging this man Punk, because to me,
no, it was cool.
Because if you don't dog him, dog Big Show, dog Kurt Angle, because they've done it too.
I thought his was okay. I mean, it was, and I don't think it was supposed to be good, so I don't mind. I didn't mind it. It's just like I'm not know what that's doing as far as moving needles is what I'm saying. Like it's like I just don't know what that company is right now. I have to look it up. I don't want to be talking shit. Not know. I know they're bigger than they've ever been.
Yeah,
it's just like the buzz that I heard around WrestleMania is just not the same that I'm seeing, from people.
I think this happens every year though. Like we always kind of go into those doldrums following Mania until we get start to ramp up to SummerSlam. I feel like it happens every year to varying degrees. I think the reason maybe this year might feel a little bit more stagnant than normal is because of John Cena. And obviously we all got respect for this man, John Cena, on these streets, but I feel like people have not been enthused by this run. And that's your main story on the show, even though we've got other characters that we care about, like Seth and Punk and Jay and people like that, and Gunther, Slim Wall. But Cena is kind of the main story that they're telling this year. And it doesn't feel like people are into that main story. And so because of that, we're still watching. People are still invested, but it's kind of not as enthusiastic. It almost feels like Marvel to a certain extent, Gerard.
Right, yeah.
Like there's stuff in Marvel that I've absolutely loved since Endgame, but it feels like the general movie-going public isn't as jazzed because they're not getting that same dopamine hit that they got during Endgame.
Right, yeah. I agree with that because I think with I think people were really hyped for what that Cena heel turn could be and what it could mean, and it just hasn't lived up.
The heel turn was great though, Chris. That night
the turn itself was great, and then they just kind of the follow up. The Rock kind of screwed them. It's just,
the Rock turned off Chris's camera.
Yeah,
The Rock got you too.
It doesn't matter what you think, Chris.
Yeah,
Dwayne got him.
It's like he didn't even he needed to be there for at least I'm not saying
just show up to work, Dwayne.
Yeah, I'm not even saying he
like
needed
Phil.
to be at Mania.
Like Phil.
Come on, man.
Be a company man like Phil.
Hey, at least I can see Phil.
He said company man with the hard C.
Yeah.
Company man. They're like, damn, Chris.
Yeah.
But to your question, Gerard, which there was a question here. To your question, I think Jacob beating Cena would be great. I think obviously we all see a lot of potential in this cat, Jacob Fatu. But I don't know. Again, this is kind of the problem. I don't know what the end game is for this Cena story. I don't know, what they're and sometimes not knowing the story is a good thing, because there's intrigue. It's it's good to be surprised. I think this is the bad kind of not knowing where a story's going, where it doesn't feel like they know where the story is going.
Yeah, I agree. I
We
think
still haven't addressed the Rock and Cena pairing.
Yeah, it does. It feels like no one knows what's going on.
We just gonna forget that happened.
To enjoy the story,
But
pal.
that's the hardest part because that was one of the biggest things that happened.
Yes.
And I think the lull you're going through also, you have to think about the last. I'm not gonna throw 3. Last 2 manias out there. 39 and 40. Great endings. And yes, people didn't like the Cody not winning in 39, but a lot of people did actually. Some people were happy that Cody didn't win. And that Roman kept going for a little while longer. So, but the match that happened also was such a great, compelling match that people loved it and were good with it to a degree. 40 left you on a high. So you had your Infinity War and Endgame, but the best thing about both of those movies, you can watch them separately and still enjoy them both without having to watch them both in tandem.
Yeah,
they're both great things on their own as well.
Yeah. And the way Cody lost to Roman at 40 wasn't like from being a doofus, you know?
Right.
He lost it in an honorable way, and then this year he loses it by being just real stupid, you know? And it just, you know, I do think that they have to watch out for that dumb babyface syndrome stuff that the internet complains about.
I mean, Cody learned his lesson from 39 going into 40 because he needed more friends. And so he got more friends, including some of their soldiers on their side. And got some of their soldiers to help him win.
Yeah.
So, like, that's one half. Now he just has to now learn, like he did at Night of Champions with Randy. I'm not going to let you, I'm going to take advantage of the spots you leave open for me. And if John leaves an open spot, he's not going to hopefully do that again. Now, I question at MetLife, at SummerSlam, when those shoulders get pinned, do people cheer or boo? In the lead up, do people cheer or boo? What's going to change the crowd from the WrestleMania forward to now? I don't think people want to see Cena be beat by Cody to a degree. I don't think positive that's going to go.
I can agree with that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't like. I don't think people necessarily want to see. I just don't think Cody is a hot character at the moment. I think he's fine. I'm not even saying that he's not over. It's just I don't think anybody's gonna be excited to see him win the belt for a second time. You know, like I don't think he's like Bret Hart. You know, like because when Bret Hart won the belt the second time, he was more over than when he won it the first time. You know. I don't see Cody like that. I think he's less over. Not less over like less people like him, but just not a hot character at the moment.
And it's a problem of their own making. Like I feel like if Cody winning the title back at SummerSlam was your ultimate goal, Jay, if it was your ultimate goal, Gerard, then the finish to the WrestleMania match should have been booked differently.
Right, yeah.
Because even as somebody that's out here rooting and rocking with Cody Devontae Rose, I'm like, you might have to wait a little while, cuz I don't like even just from a match perspective. Like I was somebody that going into that match was like, this is not the match you're going to see bell to bell action. This is a match that's going to tell you a story because I think both of these dudes can craft a good story. And even the storytelling in that match was stupid. Like it didn't work. And so it's like I'm somebody that's a Cody fan. I'm like, I don't even want to see Cody win. Like, I don't even want to see the match again, to be quite honest with you.
And then Cena said that Cody shouldn't be world champion because he's too soft. And then the match, he just proves that Cena was right about him being too soft. By just catching feelings like when it was time to like bash his ass with the belt. You know?
Catching feelings.
Like,
Catching feelings in the fight is crazy.
That's why I can't hurt you, dog.
I mean,
but again, like Like it just made Cody look stupid, man. Like, what's the worst thing that happens if you hit this man with this belt? You get disqualified and get to keep the title and go home to Brandy and your beautiful biracial baby. That's it.
Yeah, for real, man.
That's it.
Like it wasn't, especially since they beat his ass 3-on-1. You let a rapper that's not even known for his like toughness, like punch you in the ear. Like I could see if it was like Ice Cube or Dr. Dre from the 90s, or
Suge
like,
Knight, maybe.
Like Suge Knight. I'd even accept KRS-One or LL Cool J. But
just getting that would be the worst thing in the world. Just KRS-One whooping your ass. Brava, the bridge is over. The bridge is over. Brava. Rap or hit me, Chris. Do one or the other, brother.
Yeah.
I ain't saying I'm number one. Oops, I'm sorry. I'm
number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, damn, he punctuated each verse with a hit. Yeah. He really is the teacher.
That's funny. I'll say that to answer my man's question. I hope not. Travis Scott, I'm just kind of good with Travis Scott.
Yeah.
I'm good. It
wasn't that great when it happened. If they're offering him money to be there, and he's gonna be there, he doesn't need to be there. His career is like, he's not a person that's like desperate for WWE attention. But when he was on that episode and did that thing, he got a lot of press, from doing that. So,
and he's a fan.
So he might figure it be worth his while. And WWE is just has such a hard on for like real celebrities, like the celebrity could have nothing to do with what they do, but as long as they're an A-lister, then they'll be cool with them, man.
Hey, Chris, I think you answered your question already when you said like the WWE is not as hot right now. Back then, when you were talking about before WrestleMania, that's when Travis Scott was there in terms of in numbers or whatever. He puts eyeballs on the product. So I think with as much as we like or dislike having Travis Scott a part of the product, that proves a little bit of what the data you're career.
So I mean, true. Because and then like they just love their celebrities in WWE. That's never changed, man. Like the bigger the celebrity, the better. I mean, I remember when they were like touting C-list celebrities when they weren't hot, like that Hair Club for Men guy.
Cy Sperling. Shout out to Cy Sperling, the GOAT.
And, I mean, I guess Burt Reynolds was still.
Yeah, Burt Reynolds was a star.
But he wasn't. This wasn't the Smokey and the Bandit days. This was like the evening
shade. Burt Reynolds.
This wasn't the.
Still Burt.
This wasn't.
I thought you were gonna go a different Burt Kreischer.
Damn.
Yeah.
I remember the WrestleMania 10 rap from Men on a Mission.
Yeah, that was cool.
Where Cy Sperling got a shout out. It was like wrestlers in the ring be fighting and twirling hair club for men. So we see Cy Sperling like Oscar.
Yeah.
Oscar, no. Like, no.
There's a reach.
Brother.
Hey, whatever people want to say about Men on a Mission, at WrestleMania 10, they had everyone in MSG waving their hands in the air like they just don't care.
not a care to be found.
Yeah. That doesn't happen too often.
Yeah. What about you, Jay? What would you think about if Jacob won the title off of Cena?
I like the idea. I just don't see it happening.
Right, yeah.
I would love this because that would make Jacob Fatu a made man, and I just don't see him I don't see Cena making him on his way out. I mean, eventually he's gonna get a championship gold. That's not a question.
Yeah.
I just don't see it coming off of Cena. I think if anything, he's gonna win a heavyweight championship.
Okay.
Right.
I think a Fatu Cena match could be funny though, just because Cena would try his usual heel BS, And Fatu's like, nah, bro, like that ain't gonna work on me. You know what I mean?
No breaks.
Right.
You can't see. I can
You
see
gotta-
you. I see right through you.
He's gonna hit him with the title, then he get back up.
Right.
Oh, I
So
didn't know.
Samoan heads are built different.
Yeah.
Wrestling taught you nothing.
Yeah, I know. One
Where's
good
Jacob from
stereotype
again?
like this.
Where's he from? Sacramento.
Yeah.
Sacramento.
Who's from Sacramento?
Fatu.
Jacob Fatu.
Oh,
Oh,
I
he
thought he
is?
was from the Bay.
Well,
It's
the Bay
Bay
ain't
and
that far
Jace.
from
It's not the same thing, but they take a lot of
man.
slang.
Yeah,
Oh, y'all know better than I do.
Yeah, you
Sacramento's
tread lightly, Ray.
Yeah,
I don't want.
You gonna get an
Sacramento.
angrily worded letter from Damian Lillard and E40.
I don't want no problem,
And
cuz.
Ryan Coogler.
yeah,
Hey, cuz, I heard what you said on that
Sacramento-
podcast, bro.
yeah. Sacramento from the Bay is like driving from San Diego to Los Angeles. It's like
Yeah.
maybe 2.5 hours at
Mhm.
most. So
Yeah. You're going more inland.
yeah.
No.
So
Never mind, because I was gonna pitch an idea for y'all. I was gonna say, okay, if Cena could just get past SummerSlam, Survivor Series is in San Diego
mhm.
at that baseball stadium. Who knows? You know, his 7.5 hour drive from San Diego, from Sacramento. You know, hop the kids, hop everybody in the van. We gonna roll down here, see Papa get that world championship.
Well, all I know is that there's only one Samoan within the last 12 months that has beaten John Cena, but that brother ain't getting no title shot.
Yeah.
I love you, Solo.
Mm.
Right.
If anybody get a title shot, it should be the guy that beat the guy before he won the belt.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Rikishi
Get in
What
finally-
did
line,
that-
Jacob.
What did that win do for your boy Solo, Ray?
Yeah.
What
And
did it do?
It's not his
Rikishi
fault.
Fatu used to live in Los Angeles. I don't know
Yeah.
Rikishi?
where he's at now. So, but yeah,
think-
Making a difference in his community, Rikishi.
yeah.
My
make a
community.
difference.
That's a
Yeah.
deep pull. That's a deep pull.
I'm Rikishi Fatu, making a difference in my community. You're like, oh, brother.
And Yokozuna used to live out here too. He was like a known kind of gangster type when he was in LA.
Damn.
I think Rikishi still got his school over there in LA.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, because
'Cause
I know that's where Fatu trained before
Right.
going out.
So he might live in LA. I don't know. So I mean, it might
That's a
not
2-hour
be-
drive.
Yeah.
Getting
I'm taking
closer.
that 2-hour drive when I lived out in LA. So I took that drive.
Yeah.
That's a
Dealing with
long
8
ass drive.
kids for 2 hours.
Mhm.
In LA traffic.
All them
I hopped
kids
on the
in there.
bus.
Yeah.
I was going to San Diego Comic Con. I hopped on the Greyhound. I said, or the Flix bus, excuse me.
Mm.
Yeah.
Said $20 round trip. Big bet.
Mm.
I
Can't beat
know.
that.
Cannot
Nah.
beat that from downtown LA to San Diego and back.
Mhm.
Cheap ass could not stop me.
Just pack your little sandwich and some drinks. You good?
Hey, somebody at the job was like, I got these free San Diego Comic Con passes. You want them or not? I said, bet I'll find a way.
Man, I'm
I will
That's the
Make it
one
up
lottery
there.
I wish I could win, man. I can never get in.
Mm.
Yeah, I went to it twice, and then the second
Okay.
time was when it became popular, and I haven't been back since. 'cause
Chris
it's
is
just-
like, nah, fuck all these nerds. Like, Chris.
yeah. Well,
Sir.
but like the way it is now, it just gets too full, you know.
Mhm.
It's like, and all the popular panels like fill up before you have a chance. It's just not. It's not worth it to me. Not at
Vanessa
this
went
age.
last year. Vanessa Sharp, friend of the network.
Yeah.
And she said it was a fun experience, but it is a bit of a chore.
Right. Yeah.
'Cause she was there like getting some stories and stuff for the aforementioned Andy B and Multiversal Color, and she was like she had a good time out there, but like even just the day she wasn't working, like when she was there just as a fan, it's like a lot of people.
It is. It's not, to me. It
Yeah.
ain't worth it no more. But I'm just older and more crotchety, so I don't know.
Mm.
When I was younger, I probably like it a little bit more.
Right.
Now it's like, where am I sitting now? You know, like
why did that man cuss out that brother in that anime costume? Like, what was the problem? It's just cussing out cosplayers left and right.
You can't be that character. They're not black. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hit the new sounder, Ray. There's a new sounder in the sounds for you.
Oh yeah, I think I saw it.
Please be the one I'm thinking it is.
This is what they're gonna say to Chris.
You need to leave.
That's the one. That's the
They're
one.
gonna tell you, Chris, you need to leave.
Oh man,
Like, I paid for my tickets too, like that.
I say if you can go, if you can afford to go one time because they take over the entire, they take over at least a good half of that downtown city, and it's all over the glass of the buildings. People take over full on. The restaurants have menus that are custom to San Diego Comic-Con. It was, if you are a nerd and a fan of that kind of stuff, go one time for the sake of going because it definitely will poop on your local Comic-Con. Go to see Comic-Con ain't got nothing on that.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list. I think I want to go to BlurredCon first just for that reason. Like, I don't want to go to Comic-Con and then BlurredCon because then I'll be looking at my people funny.
Yeah.
But I want to go to BlurredCon first and then Comic-Con.
Yeah, but the problem with Comic-Con now though is like Disney, they take a lot of their movies and put it at their own Comic-Con.
D23,
yeah. So it's like, you know,
why would I give you my own product when I can save it for myself and make more money off of it? Come on now.
But they did have your boy RDJ. He came out at the Comic-Con, right?
Yeah, he did.
That was at the Comic-Con when they announced.
Yeah.
Like, they're always gonna have a presence at Comic-Con, but like they're gonna save a lot of stuff at D23 as well, though.
Yeah,
right. Like more like their trailers and stuff.
Because they had RDJ at Comic-Con. I think they had the witches from Agatha was there.
Yeah,
maybe the Thunderbolts. They the new Avengers, Ray. If you ain't heard,
I know.
I think that was it though. They was the new Avengers the whole time, Ray. The whole time.
Keep getting away with it. You can't keep getting away with it.
How is Raw doing on Netflix anyway?
That's a good.
That's a great question.
I've seen mixed reports on that.
Because I watch, again, like I'm not a huge fan of this person, but I do at least value the information she presents. Grace Randolph. When she does,
Grace, she's cool. I know Grace. Yeah.
Oh, you know Grace?
She's been out here a few times, man. She's in New York, but she's a homegirl. But yeah, I understand why people don't like her because she's like real like. I think she sometimes misreads numbers wrong. That's my opinion. I haven't watched any shit she does in a while, but
I think one of the things I don't like about Grace, and I'm not saying like she's a bad person or anything, and I do like the information she provides, is like I do feel like sometimes on social issues that are happening, that are like when movies and stuff, on groups that she's not a part of, like I think she speaks a lot of times without all of the information available.
Right, she does,
and that could be a dangerous thing.
Yeah, because I remember. Yeah, one of the homegirls was getting on her case because when all that shit was going on with Nate Parker, and that girl was like accusing him of that stuff, and once this girl set her straight, she stopped doing it, but she got in her ass for that shit, man.
Yeah,
like
I said, I don't think she's bad. Like I just think sometimes she's uninformed on issues like that.
Yeah,
but like she always does not only the movie charts, but streaming charts and Netflix charts specifically. And I don't never see Raw in like the top 25.
I've never seen it. That's the thing either. They don't even put it on the top 10 when you log on. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, when you log on, it's like hot now. It's like Raw ain't never hot now.
Right, yeah. Because it's got me thinking like, okay, when it's time for how long is the deal for? It's like 5 years and then an option or something like that for Extra years. I don't
Are
know.
we in year? So have we finished the full year yet?
Not yet. No.
So I could easily see them being like, this juice ain't worth the squeeze, and then being back on USA. I don't even think that's necessarily a bad thing. I just,
Rock's gonna have to come back out and cut one of those friendly corporate promos,
right? Because they got Raw on they have Raw on Netflix because they want Raw to do. They want to see if they could probably get it to do like 3 million viewers or something like that weekly. Not for no chump change numbers. Like AEW is different because that I don't think there's a lot expected out of them from HBO Max.
Looks like the Raw deal is for 10 years.
Damn,
that's what I said. 10 years.
Damn.
But they don't have to have it.
That's a marriage.
Right.
They basically got married. They're like, you stuck with it.
Whether it's good or bad, you stuck with this forever.
For better or worse.
For richer or for poor.
Yeah, there's an opt-out clause. They don't have. It's a 10-year deal, but
with an opt-out after the 5th year.
Like after like a little bit of time. You have to look that up, but I think it's after like maybe 3 years or something like that. Like if they're not getting what they want out the deal, they can be like, okay,
that would be
kick
awesome.
rocks.
Back to the
What is that? The LFG show, not LFG. What is it called? Like unscripted, unwritten. Some other Natasha Bedingfield song. What is that story?
The Unreal.
Unreal.
Oh.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT
because that show's gonna be a train wreck.
But yeah,
a well-produced train wreck.
10 years, $5 billion.
Damn, with a B.
Yep, with a B.
But they talking about, oh, it's so poor, we can't sign all these workers. Ron Killing's salary was too high. I mean, our truth, because Ron Killing doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, they don't know what to decide between that man. Brother Chris, you got it, or I got it.
I'm looking up. I'm asking ChatGPT what Raw's current Netflix deal is.
Okay. But the Unreal documentary comes out on July 29th.
Ooh. Month away.
That documentary is just gonna be the meme of the person where they got you sitting in the church, and then there's a person behind them with a gun, and then there's gonna be another person behind them with another gun. This is just putting another fake curtain now behind the curtain that they're revealing to show their masterful thing that they revealed while really holding another gun that you saying, haha, we're still playing the joke on you.
Right.
I'm gonna paste this in the chat. See if
Join the story, kids.
Are you saying we're getting a typewriter again?
Nobody's enjoying the story right now, Paul. Not at all. Keep watching. It gets better.
Oh, the whole thing didn't show up. Only part of it.
Huh?
Let me see.
What about Ray Romano?
What happened before I laugh? What happened with Ray Romano?
Look at the chat.
Oh,
I thought he died or something. I was like, oh, it's not a good time to laugh.
Oh no.
Oh, that's Ray Romano. The Chat GPT is stupid. Hold on.
So you asked about WWE Raw on Netflix, and they gave you an article about Ray Romano.
Yeah, let me ask it again. What? Let me ask it again.
Ray Romano isn't just a Netflix star. He's
Chris Romano.
But that show they're talking about, No Good Deed, I've seen a couple episodes. Not too bad.
Okay.
Not too bad.
Chris still had Men of a Certain Age still in from his last
on his brain.
Yeah. From his last search results.
Ray Romano's gonna be the new general manager of Raw. Guys, my name is Ray Romano. I'm your new general manager, Robert. Robert, get out here. Like, that's not even your real brother, Ray Romano. Why is he here?
All right, I'm asking it. What is the current WWE Raw Netflix deal? What are their terms? So I'm
And
asking.
do they involve Ray Romano?
Right.
Ray Romano and Michael Cole doing commentary.
Oh Lord. I prefer Ray Romano than Tony Hinchcliffe. That
Yes.
ban him.
The fact that we keep bringing him back was that? Did they make that much money off that night after WrestleMania thing?
I mean,
the roast of WrestleMania, was it really that good?
Anybody talking about the roast? Like, that was like a 24-hour story, and then nobody talked about it ever again.
Right.
Braun got his feelings hurt, then got released, and I heard Charlotte got her feelings hurt because she wouldn't let in on everything, and then she came.
Your boy Gabriel Iglesias was mad apparently for some reason.
So I didn't think it did that well enough that we was gonna run it back a second time.
Who? Fluffy guy?
Yeah, Fluffy got mad for some reason. They probably said something racist.
Probably. Definitely.
I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, right?
You saw that man at MSG. You know his MO.
You know what I do.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly.
Calling the whole territory trash. I'm surprised Damien ain't step up to him.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe he apologized to him like Company Man Punk.
What's your name, sir? Damien. Damien.
If
apologize.
I'm sorry.
All
Puerto Rico.
right, so I'm gonna send this to the chat, so maybe read it.
Chris is fighting for his life with ChatGPT tonight.
My eyes are not. I can make it bigger, but then I'd be off the camera. So
damn.
Let's see.
Well, I forgot the All-Star game for baseball was in Atlanta this year.
Yeah.
They're gonna turn your boy Shohei out.
Speaking of All-Star games, too, on Nefisa Collier got voted as the captain for the All-Star game.
Who was the other captain, Ray?
Ooh, that's a good question. I just heard about Fee.
Really? You don't know.
You don't know, Ray?
You don't know?
I'm looking it up.
Somebody who missed a bunch of games.
Are you talking about? Well, who we talk? Are we talking about captain from Indiana?
Yes, that one.
The Great White Hope.
Some would call her the Caitlin Dark of basketball players. She's Caitlin Clark.
Two-way Kate.
Look, Colin Cowherd. Like I like Colin Cowherd now more than I used to. But Colin Cowherd came on his show today talking about Caitlin Clark and how she's good for the league, like because they announced 3 new expansion teams for the WNBA, which is cool. But it's also something that they've been talking about for the last couple of years. So it was going to happen, but this kind of sped things up. But he was like, Caitlin's so popular, even one of her teammates, like this girl I've never heard of, Sophie Cunningham, her jersey is one of the best-selling jerseys in the league now. And I was like, Colin, do you know why? Sophie Cunningham's jersey is one of the best-selling jerseys of the league because people like to pair them up with a nice red hat, like, and they look good together. That look, but he didn't get into that because I don't think he knows why Sophie Cunningham is popular amongst some of the WNBA fans.
He doesn't. You just said he don't know who Sophie Cunningham is.
Like you just thought this random like if I'm to believe you, Colin, that Caitlin is so popular that any of her teammates could be popular, why isn't Aaliyah Boston's jersey like the number 2 jersey in the league?
Right. Oh, speaking of Sophie Cunningham, I am open to trades, Jay. Nate.
The milk's gone bad.
Oh no!
That Cameron Brink pick wasn't
Just let's get into this, Ray. This man, Rob Pelinka, he is not talking about I know Cameron Brink injured, but if I draft her, she can be available 3 months from now, and that'll help my team as we push towards the playoffs. Like, you ain't even gonna beat in the playoffs, right?
Ray over here playing 4D chess.
Bro, I was
himself.
no,
But
hey, I
we
was
play
so
golf.
close. I was so.
What are you doing with that chessboard on the golf course, Ray?
You know what? This is what y'all sound like.
Oh man, hey.
Get Ray throwing some new sound effects on the board.
Love it.
Man, I don't know, man. I got in over my bridges, but I came close. I gave Steve Willie a heck of a fight. He only beat me by like 50 points. It was pretty close. I had the lead over him.
Got Ray sounded like Aaron Burr after he lost to Jefferson in the election. Hey, I put up quite a fight. Like, there
you go with your Hamilton references.
Hey, it's the 10-year anniversary, right?
Of Hamilton?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like they got like this big promotion. Like they got honored at the was it the Tonys or something the other night? And they had the whole cast out there, but then they got like
Lil Wayne came out. Lil Wayne came out to rap the single produced by
No, Wheezy in the track, baby. I'm Wheezy F, baby, and the F stands for Federalist Papers. But now they got a contest where, like, if you donate to, like, I think it's for like arts in schools or something. If you donate to that through the Hamilton website, you are entered for tickets to see like the actual official 10-year anniversary performance of Hamilton on Broadway. Like, that's pretty cool. But it's like, that's one of the things, like, I'd like to enter, Jay, but I feel like if I won, I just kind of be like, Lynn, I'm gonna be real with you, dog. Like, I ain't taking no plane to New York. I'm too busy at the job. Can you just like send me a DVD and the cash equivalent of this trip? Like, I ain't gonna be there, brother. but you won. Like, yeah, but I ain't coming. Like,
are you throwing away your shot?
Okay.
I'll be like,
he hit you with that on the phone, you know you gotta go.
Right.
Two empty seats.
Just be 2 empty seats, right.
He gonna be looking behind the curtain like,
he never showed up.
Nate.
He just called me, how does a bastard orphan son of a, like, Lynn, I know my parents, sir. Like, what are you doing, dog? Nah, they killed it at the Tonys, though. That, like, the performance they did. I'm like, okay, they still got it. It was like the original cast. Here's the thing: if you in the Hamilton cast now, right? Like the people that's doing Hamilton right now, would you like? I know they still in like the group, like the background and whatnot. But would you feel some kind of way? Like every time they do a big thing about Hamilton, it's always bringing back the old stars. It's like in the WWE at WrestleMania. Like, dog, I've been playing George Washington the last 3 years, Lynn. I've been killing it. But now I gotta step back and let him do it.
Give me my shot.
Right. Anytime one of them in town, you just get nervous, like, damn, Lynn in the audience tonight. Is he gonna take my role tonight?
And Lynn gonna pull him aside. Are you on Disney? Are you on Disney? Shut up there.
Get in the background where you belong.
Let him perform. Be happy you here. Eat some more hors d'oeuvres. Go back. Get to the back. Have some more snacks and get on with it. I'm not hearing this again.
You just be mad anytime one of them original cast members show up. Like, damn, he here again? Like, it's gonna be all right, dog. No, I ain't even come to the performance tonight. I'm see y'all back at the hotel.
Yeah, what happened to you, man?
Being in the room where it happens.
Yeah, What happened to your man David Diggs? He had a hot moment.
He did have a hot, like he was Sebastian in that live action Little Mermaid, which is weird.
Mm.
But like that bubble kind of burst real quick for David.
Yeah.
AKA Xavier Woods stunt double.
Okay, that tells me exactly who that is.
Yeah,
I was about to look up the name right now.
He was on Blackish for a few episodes.
Yeah, he was on Blackish for a little minute. He was cool on Blackish.
Yeah.
Like kind of a Rainbow's like burnout little brother.
Mm-hmm.
Blackish was a good show.
Was he on? Yeah, he was on Snowpiercer. I think that's like the last big thing he did, and then
he was. He
did not do the greatest.
Yeah, because I want to say Snowpiercer like was right around when Hamilton hit Disney Plus.
Hey, and speaking of Disney Plus and Hamilton, who's called Anthony Ramos and Ironheart?
Yo,
who's watched the first 3 episodes?
I've only watched the first 2 episodes, and the only reason why I haven't watched the third one is because I need something to look forward to. I hate cliffhangers. So I'm gonna wait for the next episode to come through and then watch that. So yeah, me and my wife was watching that this weekend, and so far so good. I like it.
Yeah, like I've been pleasantly surprised. Like I think, like I haven't seen all 3. I've seen the first 2, like Jay, because I have a light spoiler that I think is credible, and I'm like, well, if that's gonna happen in the 3rd episode, I might as well just wait for the subsequent episodes to be released because I don't want to just be sitting around with this alleged spoiler for like a week or 2. But yeah, like the first 2 episodes I think it's interesting the conversation around the show, but like Riri is likably unlikable in this show. Like at points. And I think like if you're around, and I know like a lot of y'all, especially y'all that are in the field of education, like around young Black kids that are gifted, like Riri rings true. Like I see a lot of my niece in some of the choices and decisions Riri is making in these episodes. And like, yeah, you man Anthony Ramos out here doing this thing. Like, okay, brother. Okay. But yeah, I like like again, not to get too spoilery because we know Ray don't be watching this until it's too late, and then he be spoiled. And then it's like, oh, everybody's just spoiling stuff for me. It's like, no, Ray, you were just too late to the party. This ain't about Ray Williams, it's about Riri Williams, his cousin. Like Ray was in episode 3 of Ironheart, y'all. He just showed up for no reason, and Riri was like, you need to leave, cousin. Like I like the connections it has to the larger Marvel universe, but it doesn't feel shackled by them, if that makes sense.
Okay. I'm deciphering. Has anybody else watched Ironheart already up to this point? Who would like to add anything else? Because I'm trying to, before I say any piece, decipher what is episode. Because I just watched all 3 of them in a row.
Okay.
So it's kind of a movie mush to my brain. So I'm trying to decipher what was what before I started.
It does feel like that's the thing too with these Disney Plus shows. Like they either feel like shows or they feel like movies that were made in the shows. And I think this kind of feels like a movie that was made into a show.
I think so too. I think that, and this is going to be a hot take, the Captain America movie. I think that should have been a show. And this is starting out to be, it should have been a movie.
Okay.
In my opinion. If they would have flip-flopped it.
I can see that a little bit.
So let me keep it. Let me start with my feelings on a show like this. I don't like a lot of the hate bombing of it review wise and all that before the show even came out, because that I'm going in my brain with and like I feel like I don't feel like I heard the same stuff behind Thunderbolts. I don't feel like I heard the same stuff behind certain other projects prior. So, but hate bombing this show constantly. When people are, there's a trans villain in this show. Oh my god! Like, why are these the first things that everybody's bringing up? Why is this why is that making you so upset at this point? But watching the show, getting into it, yeah, I can see why she's annoying to some folks because you can see where the hero aspects are. You can see where the good is, but she keeps getting in her own way at times.
Yes.
And so that can be highly upsetting as a viewer watching it, because it's like that horror movie aspect where you yell it at the TV, but some people don't want to yell at the TV. But I'm enjoying the roller coaster because I see where my girl going with this, because she a mad genius. Even she tripping into stuff. She has created her best friend in an AI, where Tony had a talking butler, where he recreated his butler. You never saw his butler's face. There's only this almost like neurological brain aspect floating around for Jarvis. You literally get to see her best friend's whole body created, and her suit, her low budget suit compared to Tony's, is able to now project a hologram of her best friend's whole body out. That's amazing. That's like Grandpa. The car stops and the rims keep spinning. That's like, that is amazing. And so I love what they're cooking up with her. I'm episode 3. I like a lot that happens in episode 3 for her character and the way she was kind of playing things, and also working with some of these other components that happen on the show. But that's me trying to be spoiler free. That's my best spoiler free I can give. I think the reviews for folks who are listening to this who have not watched the show, and maybe the reviews turned you off of watching it, create your own opinion. And I would say that about any superhero I'd say that about anything in life. Create your own opinion, period. Don't just follow the media. Don't just follow the news. Go do your own research. And sometimes doing your own research isn't just looking at more reviews. It's actually going to look at the content, doing your own knowledge and learning and watching it and taking it in for yourself, and then saying, hey, this was good, this was bad, I didn't like these things. But
the reason why Rotten Tomatoes goes with the critics score instead of the audience score is because the audience will review bomb the fuck out of shit. They will, especially when it comes to black movies and minority movies too. Because if you look at like Black Panther, all the critic scores of it are like 100 or close to 100, and then if you go to IMDb, it's like 70%. And then if you go to
them damn Bosa brothers at it again,
right? Yeah. And they do that with every single like black movie. There's no exception.
Yeah, that was the dumbest thing I've ever. Well, I take that back immediately. That wasn't the dumbest thing I've ever heard an athlete say, but it was certainly a dumb thing for an athlete to say. When I can't remember which one is the Bosa brother that felt this way. Which one do you say, Ray?
Well, I don't know. I
think it was.
I was
Nick.
trying to predict where you were going, because I know Nick is like the big one who's like out there with his 45, 47.
Right, yeah.
His feelings. So
it probably was Nick, because Nick was like, they asked him about Black Panther like right in his, I think it was his rookie season, and he was like, it's a dumb movie. Like I don't understand what the fuss is about this. Just because it's a black superhero, like all superheroes should be celebrated. And then they was like, have you watched the movie? Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet. Like he's gonna go.
You don't sit show.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a team building movie in the locker room.
The coach is like, we're gonna watch a movie today, boy. It's called Black Panther. Nick's like, I heard bad things about that film, coach. I don't think we should watch it. Got any white superhero movies?
Right, yeah.
Richard Sherman was going to the screening.
You just get that one teammate turning around quietly to look, make some eye contact, like, yeah, this is for
Richard
you.
Sherman.
This is for you.
Right.
Pay attention.
Yeah, the Bosa brothers. And I don't know if Joe is the same way, but I'm looping you in until proven otherwise, Joe.
You got to.
Got to these days, man. You can't be too careful, Chris. A lot of snakes in the grass.
A viper, if you will.
But our movies get are the victims of the worst review bombing
Yep.
online. They only do it to our movies. It seems like I think they've done it to like Asian movies also, but they've done it to Black movies the most. Is like movies that otherwise would have like high critic scores. They'll get on, these reviewers will get on, and they'll find something they don't like about it, you know.
Yeah, and then the other thing is what you'll see a lot of times is people, like particularly with Ironheart, you'll see people bashing Riri for stuff that they would praise a Tony Stark for.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, she doing the same thing your man Tony did, but like, what's the problem? Is it the story or is it the character? Like, what's the issue you have with this show?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she figures out everything.
Mm-hmm.
That mom figured out time travel on a napkin,
Yes.
going over to somebody else's house. This man said, "Oh, time travel. I've done it. Now let me go heat up some tea before I go."
Right. That's believable, Gerard. That he was a genius.
Oh, she's a Mary Sue. How is she gaining all this knowledge?
Oh yeah. That's what's his name used to say. Max Landis used to say that the most about Mary Sue characters. It's like, come on, man. Like, she's the hero of the movie, dude.
Right.
Like, that's kind of how it's supposed to go.
She should face some more adversity first.
Right. Yeah.
Quick sidebar. Let's just, I know we do, and it's a big fact that we do get review bombed, but let's praise Sinners, because I just had to go check that to make sure it's sitting at a 97 and a 96. So you know what? We shall overcome.
Okay.
One day we'll rise.
Is that on IMDb?
I'm looking at Rotten Tomatoes.
Okay. Audience and critics.
What's the IMDb score of Sinners?
Let me go ahead and back up.
It's probably gonna be good too, because it was a good movie that I made with them people.
Well, see now, it's a 7.7 out of 10.
See, exactly.
Come on.
I told you. They do that to our fucking movies I'm telling you.
Damn.
Like,
that's what the Rotten Tomatoes, though. Hey, bring up IMDb, though. Let's celebrate a win.
Chris was like, now do IMDb.
I think Rotten Tomatoes has a more sophisticated like movie audience, like, because like there is a such thing as something being objectively good and objectively bad, like I was having this debate the other day. Is like Tyler Perry movies, if you like that kind of shit.
Oh no.
Good stuff.
Hey, we saw during Raw tonight, Madea goes to the wedding. That's coming.
If you're talking about the artistry of filmmaking, like the cinematography, like the writing of the scripts, like the layouts of things, the uniqueness of the stories, it's not objectively good. That's a fact. It's not a fucking opinion. It just is what it is.
R.I.P. to Tyler Perry appearing on this network.
Yeah.
But Dr. Chris, they telling me in the credits that he played Madea and himself in the movie.
It was a dual role, Chris.
But that's the thing too. That's why I don't always like the Oscars. As a matter of fact, I never like the Oscars really. But at least I understand the criteria of what it takes to be nominated for an Oscar movie, like with the NAACP awards, I used to think I understood it. And then one year they just gave like 7 nominations to like one of those Madea movies. And I'm like, okay, man, is this what we're doing? Are you trying to tell me?
Chris was tight about that one.
Are you trying to tell me out of all the black cinema that came out this year, the Madea movies were the best?
Hey, if it was Madea Witness Protection, that one was kind of a banger. I ain't gonna lie. That one was kind of tight. That was. Had my boy Eugene Levy in that one.
What's the best Tyler Perry movie?
Ooh.
Oh,
I don't know, because they're all the same, man.
Hey.
That's the thing. It's like, I don't know which one would be. I guess it would be Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
this is the
But
first.
probably the first one, or one of those
Yeah.
Why Did We Get Married movies or something. I
Okay.
don't,
Yeah.
Okay.
It can't be Diary of Mad Black Woman because when my man is up in that tub and he looking up at her, I'm howling, bro. I can't take it serious.
That's the
He
thing.
couldn't take that serious.
There have been too
Bro,
many
he's
Tyler
okay.
Perry movies where I have laughed when I know that's not what I'm supposed to be doing in the movie. It's just it's a serious part of the movie,
Right.
but I'm laughing because it's so ridiculously written, and it's like, okay. But my I think my wife and my sister, I don't know about my sister, but that Stagecoach Mary movie, they liked it okay.
I've never seen that one.
Yeah, but I saw it. I didn't even think that was that great either. I think he needs to lease out some of those movies to
I'm say Medea Witness Protection, man. He's better than you think, Ray Williams. Eugene Levy putting in work in that one.
Yeah, he's in a Eugene Levy is in is that not Witness Protection or was that Denise Richards in that?
Yeah, Denise Richards was his wife in Witness
I
Protection. Lil Romeo was in that one, I think.
Yeah.
He had all the stars on that one, Ray.
I'm gonna have to go watch that.
I ain't get that far. I
don't remember that one.
My favorite thing about the Tyler Perry Medea movies is like the ways that Tyler Perry, as the head and only writer on the team, the ways that Tyler Perry has to contort the story to have Medea and whatever the actual Tyler Perry character's name is in the movie. Right. Like, are they related? Like, is he working for it? Do they have a connection? Just Tyler Perry just shows up halfway through all these movies. Like, I know Medea. Like, okay, but how?
I know it first. Oh, I was gonna say I know it first started because they had the Uncle Joe. The Uncle Joe character was Medea's brother.
Yeah,
and then Brian, who would be regular, I think the guy's name was Brian. That was regular Tyler Perry.
Ray with the Tyler Perry lore.
So I think regular Tyler Perry.
Is Brian?
Yeah, he's Brian. He's the nephew of Medea.
Okay, Brian out there cooking it up.
Okay, so
I think he's usually a lawyer.
Yeah, he is.
Wow.
Is that the same guy? Does he play the same character in Gone Girl then? he just moved to a different neighborhood. He got away from Medea and all her stuff.
That's right. I forgot Tyler Perry had a stint where he was like in them Alex Cross movies.
Right.
Yeah. That one was. Those were great. That because the Matthew Fox is in that Alex Cross movie.
Thank God for Aldous Hodge, boy.
Yeah.
Resurrecting that.
Aldous Hodge brought him back.
He's good.
Thank you, Aldous.
On the
like, how do we go from Morgan Freeman to Tyler Perry?
I have no idea.
And I can say it now that Chris has already burned the bridge. Tyler Perry ain't gonna be on this network. But we went from Morgan Freeman, God in some aspects, to Tyler Perry.
I think the only issue with Tyler Perry is like there are like Spike Lee with 40 Acres and a Mule Productions. He doesn't have to direct every single movie he does. Like he actually, if the script doesn't work for him, he'll like, okay, let me give this to Malcolm Lee. And he'll direct The Best Man or something. Or if something is not a movie like his that's in his style, he'll give it to someone else. Tyler Perry has to direct everything.
I'm doing all of them down.
Action.
That's a Tyler Perry movie.
Direct, right?
It's a Tyler Perry movie. Tyler Perry. Horror, Medea Boo-Too. Got this. Like, no, you
Tyler, go look at the next person.
Yeah, I don't.
Are you on Disney?
Are
you on Disney? Shut up and go get them snacks. Is your name on the studio? What's that say? That's a TP outside. That's me. Now go feed me. I got something to direct.
If you have a problem, that TP gonna stand for temporary position, Ray Williams.
Yeah.
Oh man!
Shout out to Tyler Perry though, because a lot of Black Panther was filmed on his studio lot. So
yeah, that's the thing. He does lease out his studio to other like producers and shit like that, which is cool.
I think part of the Black Lightning TV show, because that was filmed in Atlanta too.
It was
shot on the Tyler Perry lots.
That's a tall man.
So he do be looking out.
Yeah, he be looking out. You can't give him. You can't diss him for that. It's just the movies, you know. It just is what it is, man.
I gave him a chance, man. I saw that new one. It's called Straw.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
that was the last straw.
2 hours I'll never get back.
I will watch the movies, but just if you don't want an argument with me, don't tell me it's a good movie.
Damn.
Especially when it's not a good movie. Just don't do that.
I'll say this: if you haven't watched Straw, it's the storytelling at the very end that ties everything together. Mm-hmm. It got me. I'm like, yo, that was very complex.
Tom was cooking at the end.
I heard about the twist. He was on his M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, that's brilliant. Wait a
minute, Madea and Brian was the same person the whole time.
However,
when you got like a big budget, a big studio, and you got these names like Taraji, man, I'm
Tajiri, like that nigga in the morning.
What the buzzsaw doing out
here? Just blowing mist at everybody. Tajiri, that ain't no script, dog.
Yeah, so when you got big names like her on the production, and you know, you got the police car. I don't know what city they were filming in or whatever, but it just says in bold letters "police" in like in Times New Roman font on the car. You got to do better. You know what I'm saying? You got to do better. The plot twist was really like chef's kiss, but those little details, man, make big differences. You know what I mean?
You have to get all that stuff like right. You know?
And my girl was sweating the whole movie.
Right.
Whole movie.
Was that the movie with your boy Colonel Taylor was in the movie?
Oh yeah,
Glenn Turman.
Glenn Turman,
yeah, he's in the
like as Taraji's boss.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because the only scene I saw was through shout out to them good brothers over at Double Toasted, man. That's a podcast that I frequently enjoy listening to.
Yeah, my favorite role of. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
Like there was a part where Taraji asked for some like time off or something, and Glenn Turman's like, "Oh, you need some time off," and they were like, "This man out here looking like the Black Grinch," just the way he just like, "Oh, you want some time off?"
I was like, that can't be my man from different world.
Glenn Turman, he's an Emmy Award-winning actor.
Colonel Taylor, shout out to that brother.
Yeah.
Shout out.
But my favorite thing that he was in was The Wire when he was playing the boss and the Italian cop. I forget his name, but he came in the thing and saw him get domed up by the chick. And then Turman promotes him afterwards.
That's great. That's that Ricky Superdome. If you will.
I think one of his movies that I found borderline decent, borderline tolerable to decent was he did one. I think it's called either not the First Wives Club. It's called like the Single Moms Club or something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I've seen that one. Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to say, was it Jada Pinkett in it, or it was somebody else in it? But yeah, that was pretty decent.
G.I. Jane?
Neil Long.
What's the name? The name of that movie? There's a movie he did with Angela Bassett's the star of it.
Okay.
Then Rick Fox is playing her love interest.
Rick Fox.
Oh my God, that doesn't sound so familiar.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, and I'm a Lakers fan, so I like Rick Fox, but I'm like,
was Kathy Bates in that one too?
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the family that prays. That's when you're
okay.
Meet the Browns. You talking about Meet the Browns?
Yeah. So what?
Rick Fox is in Meet the Browns.
He's the star. He's
the
the first male lead.
Oh yeah, because doesn't the kid play ball?
Yeah.
And Rick trying to coach him up.
Yeah,
Lance Bass.
Like this
Lance
would
Bass.
actually be
Lance Gross. No, Lance Gross. Yeah, I'm having a Tajiri moment. Lance Gross.
Oh, he got Lance Bass and Tajiri in this movie.
That's a crossover right there.
But
that's on the director's cut. You gotta look into the deleted scenes. That's back when we had the DVDs.
and that movie would have been all right, but it's like, why are you giving Rick Fox second billing after Angela Bassett? Like, why don't you find a A-list actor to be in this movie with the sister? You know.
So Chris, what you saying is that Angela Bassett carried him like Kobe carried him all those years in LA. That's what you're saying.
No, I wouldn't say it like that because Angela Bassett literally had to carry this fool. Kobe Bryant just needed Rick Fox to drop some elbows and dirty fouls and shit.
6 hard fouls.
That was easy for him to do.
That was a weird late career transition from like Pretty Boy Rick Fox turns into the goon. Like
the goon.
Yeah. I know, right?
You can't be gooning with curls, brother.
Grows the hair out and starts dating.
It's like Matt Barnes. What are you doing out there?
Marries Vanessa Williams.
Yes, I remember that briefly.
Yeah.
He was always on the game. Like Tasha Mack used to love her some Rick Fox.
Yeah. He had some bad ones too, because he dated that one girl from True Calling. Is it Eliza Dushku?
Eliza Dushku?
Yeah. He was with her for a minute.
That's a name I haven't heard in years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been a while.
She was on point.
Yeah.
A glass of strawberry milk. Like the Nestle, you can still see the particles because they ain't stirred it up enough.
Not that chalky ass.
Like Rick Fox is good if you give him like a small role in something. Like and he got game. I thought he was awesome in that one because he wasn't cast beyond his strengths, you know. But asking him to like be the head of a whole production is that's a heavy lift for that brother, man. No offense to him, his skills are just not there.
Another thing I say about Tyler Perry, Chris, like as bad as a lot of his movies are, I thought the damn stage plays was on point.
Because that's what you need from a gospel play too, you know.
Yeah, like he was playing the hits with them gospel plays, man. Like, like you knew what the story was, but he had some good actors and good singers in there. Like the one I remember is it may have been Family Reunion when like they were all singing like the Maze and Frankie Beverly Before I Let Go, and then like the white guy that was dating the young girl, and of course we had all these awkward conversations like, why did you bring him to the party? And then he hits the high note at the end, like before I let you go. And holds that thing, and everybody was like, okay, Lance Bass.
but that was also the kind of the genius of Tyler Perry too, is he noticed that the gospel play audience, he could transfer that to the silver screen. And get money off of that, you know. So that's a smart thing, but it doesn't make for good movies. It makes for this. It makes for the gospel stage play with a big budget on a big screen. You know?
It made him a millionaire.
He found the market.
Yeah, found the market. I think he's probably like a billionaire now, probably.
Yeah,
with a B. because he's been
I'm gonna
doing this.
defend him.
Okay.
I'm gonna defend this man. I think his movies are actually quality.
Okay.
There's somebody who's had to go to the movie theater to watch a lot of these gospel films, i.e., going to see The Gospel. If you remember The Gospel back in 2006 or 7, got the victory. The rest of that soundtrack was crazy. The movie,
soundtrack went hard.
And Idris Elba is in that movie as well, which leads me to say that's why I like Daddy's Little Girl, because to me that was like one of his best roles that broke him out. Around that This Is Christmas time period, because that's my first with him. So, but him in The Gospel and that, but those are quality of gospel movies in theaters.
What was the joint with Cuba Gooding Jr. and Beyonce? That one was
Preaching to the Choir.
Fighting Temptation.
Fighting
No,
Temptation.
that's not Preaching to the Choir. That's Fighting Temptations.
That soundtrack was amazing too, but again, the movie was kind of like
it was what it was.
What is Preaching to the Choir? Is that a movie too?
It could be.
It might be.
Coming this fall from Nefarious Studios. Preaching to the Choir. Tajiri, Lance Bass. Tajiri just going to some small town, rural black church trying to be the music director. He just keeps kicking people.
I paid to see that.
It is
but kicking the lead singers.
Preaching to the Choir. A Nefarious Media movie.
Tanisha Arnold is in the movie. Patti LaBelle's in the movie. Tim Reed's in the movie.
Tim Reed.
Which movie is this one?
Preaching to the Choir.
Oh, okay.
Why did the choir director spray mist into Mother Mary's eyes?
And Tim Reed is actually the first black man to own a movie studio. He owned one in Virginia. He was
him and Daphne.
One. Yeah, him and Daphne Maxwell. He owned that, and then he sold it a few years ago. And he got chipped up for when he sold it. He got a lot of money for it.
Oh snap! Eartha Kitt was in this movie.
Preaching to the Choir.
I don't remember Eartha Kitt.
I never heard of that movie.
It was in theaters. Take it. Oh, all right. I think it's
a Tyler Perry movie.
No. And that's what I'm saying. This came out in 2006. Around what did Tyler Perry come out 2005 in theaters with Diary of a Mad Black Woman?
The first one was Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
And everybody was trying to hop on that trend.
So hey, everybody couldn't keep up with Tyler back then.
Right.
Because exactly, you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But you still remember Diary of a Mad Black Woman. You still
First
remember
Sunday starring Cat Williams and Tracy Morgan and Ice Cube.
I mean, like that he I think it was very smart of him to capitalize on that market though.
Yeah.
For sure.
And it was a crossover market too, because I know a lot of older white people, they be loving some Tyler Perry.
Yeah, they do too. I've seen that too with the older white people.
And then the joint where he had Larry the Cable Guy in, he got him good on that one. Oh, you like my deal? What if I put my deal with Larry the Cable Guy? They would take my money there, brother, sister. I don't know what you are, but I like it. Happy Pride Month, Tyler Perry. Okay, I don't know if I agree with the way you said it, but I appreciate the sentiment.
So even the young white people liked it too, because take it from me, I had to have some discussions with folks after. Hello, I'm like, hello,
right,
right.
Don't you speak to me like that because you saw a movie in theaters.
Yeah.
Easy there, Samantha.
Listen, Tabitha.
Take a breath, Kate. Take a breath, Kate.
Yeah.
We ain't cool like that. We ain't cool like that, Ross. We ain't cool like that.
Yeah. And then my Asian homie, Anthony, he was one of my friends was like, yeah, I like that movie, Crazy Rich Asians. And he got so offended. He was like, Crazy Rich Asians is like an Asian Tyler Perry movie. Like, okay.
The Asian Tyler Perry movie. That's wild. Crazy Rich
and then
Asians did have a moment though.
Yeah,
It did.
Yeah.
I mean, star-wise, it's kind of star-wise shot the same way as a Tyler Perry movie, especially them big ones back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So I can kind of, because you got Michelle Yeoh in there, you got you got your up and comers, you got
who's a mix of the hot up and comers, but also like these old legends that have been around for a little minute.
Old legends,
right?
The
established, venerated actors. Cecily Tyson, what you doing, girl? Hop on this one.
Right.
Bring James Earl with you too, because James Earl Jones was he wasn't in Tyler Perry movie, but he was in like the Roscoe Jenkins Welcome Home, which kind of felt Tyler Perry-ish.
Yeah.
The Roscoe Jenkins, there was a good movie in there, it just was way too long. I think you could have did that movie and made it a good movie if you trimmed out like 90 minutes of it, man.
Damn.
Did you want a short?
You want a TV movie?
I was about to say, how long?
You want an SNL skit? That's what you want.
Hours, I believe. What's the runtime on?
How long was the movie?
No,
what's the runtime on Roscoe Jenkins? That was long.
Be like 95 minutes.
I'm about to say that. Despicable, whatever this time.
Even if it's 120 minutes, Chris, that only leaves us with a 30-minute movie, dog. That's a TV episode.
If it's 120 minutes, then
it's a 2-hour movie, an hour and 58 minutes.
Damn, Chris said get rid of 90 of them joints.
Yeah, the movie was too long, man. For that kind of movie,
He wanted to be an episode of Martin.
Because I mean, dude had some like serious issues, you know, like I remember black people in the 90s were mad when not the 90s, was it the 90s? Maybe 90s. When Martin did Life.
Oh yeah.
And I remember a lot of black critics back then saying he should have gotten nominated for
I like that movie a lot.
For the role in Life, yeah. But they didn't market it as a serious movie. They marketed it like it was a comedy.
Right.
Yeah. And it really should have been marketed like a more serious movie.
All you got to do is listen to that Casey and JoJo song. You know it's serious, right? Live. Like, damn, JoJo. What you been going through, Casey?
Yeah.
So I'm going to tell you.
Like, yo.
I will not let y'all besmirch the good name of Casey and JoJo.
Just Casey.
Just Casey or JoJo.
Not both of them. Just
Casey or JoJo.
That was a good movie, though, man.
That was a good song, too.
Yeah, that was a good song, too. I wish they had ended the movie with that instead of, what would you do if your son was at home?
I know, right?
It's like, I know it was a hot song at the time, but it didn't really quite fit the tone of the movie that we just watched.
Right. It's supposed to fit this happy ending. It's like, I don't want to know what I would do.
This is a good time, but for me, this is what I call life. Like, I know life is in the verse, but that ain't got to be the last song we hear. That was a good movie, though, man. I give it to him on that movie.
Really good movie.
Bernie Mac, Miguel Nunez. They had some folks up in that one.
Yeah.
Joe Torre.
Bokeem Woodbine.
Bokeem Woodbine, yeah. Was Clancy Brown in that one?
Oh.
I don't think he was. Like the warden that they killed. Was that Clancy Brown, or am I mixing that up with?
No, I don't think that was Clancy Brown.
I don't think it was.
Clancy Brown was in Shawshank Redemption, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That may be what I'm thinking of.
He's the voice of the cartoon Lex Luthor.
Yeah, cartoon Lex Luthor, Mr. Krabs. Like, Clancy been on these streets.
I'll say Starship Troopers.
Justice League Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
I thought Justice League Lex Luthor was mixed the way Clancy played that brother.
Right, yeah.
Sophistication.
Yeah, the sophistication and the deepness of his voice range. There was one episode where Superman came in and he left the room, and Lex Luthor turned around. This nigga, who does he think he is? I was like, Clancy. Lex really is black. Yeah, whoever they got for the new Lex Luthor in the Superman movie, I'm excited for it, but he ain't gonna have the juice like Clancy did on the show.
Beast. You talking about the dude who played Beast?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Nick. Isn't
First
it like
Class.
Nick something?
Yeah,
Nicholas. Nick.
Yeah, Holt.
Nicholas
Yeah,
Holt.
Nicholas Holt. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, like I think he'll do a good job, but
Yeah.
Clancy was on a different level on them cartoons.
I'm about to say,
Nicholas Holt was in About a Boy when he was a kid too.
Okay.
Of the two movies coming out, which one are y'all more excited for? Superman or Fantastic Four?
Probably Superman, just because the Fantastic Four movies I've seen just haven't been great, and I don't even really like the Fantastic Four as a comic book anyway. So
it's family bullshit.
Yeah, I'm more of
Get that out of my
I like Superman.
We know you got a good relationship, Reed. We don't need to be seeing this every page, dog. Let it fight that. I agree with Chris. Like I think both are gonna be good. But like, and I'm more of a Marvel fan than a DC fan. But I feel like the Fantastic Four is a interesting chapter in a story that I've been reading for a while, where Superman feels like this is the start of something. Even though James Gunn been around for a couple of years with DC, I feel like this is like the start of the James Gunn universe proper in the movies.
Right.
So I'm excited, more excited for Superman because I feel like this might be like their last chance for a little minute to win, like other than the Batman, because Batman always gonna do his thing. But for like the rest of the DC movies, if Superman don't hit, that's like that'd be like if we coming out to a fight, Ray. And you've been telling me this whole time, man. I got this new move. You know, Jerry taught me we was on the Tyler Perry movie set. One kick, everybody go down. Then we go to the fight, and it's like, okay, Ray, time for your move, Ray. And Ray go to kick somebody, and they don't do nothing to him. I'm like, I can't believe nothing you tell me from now on, Ray.
Right.
Like if Superman don't hit, I'm like, I have zero faith in the rest of this, except for Peacemaker, because I think Peacemaker season 1 was good. But it's like, Superman got to hit, man. It got to hit.
Yeah. I think with Superman, there's more room for failure with a Superman than a Fantastic Four, because the character of Superman is like kind of like James Bond in a way. Like everybody's got their own interpretation of what Superman is and what he's supposed to be. As long as you stick to the core, people will forgive that a little bit easier.
Okay.
And I think with the Fantastic Four, like the very first Fantastic Four movie, I'm talking about the one that came out in the 90s. Is complete garbage.
The Jessica Alba joint.
No, you talking about the one that was not fully released in theaters?
You talking about the Roger Corman joint?
Yeah. Yeah. That one, yeah. Like with the horrible effects and all that. Like I've seen that one a couple times. It's not good.
I still think that one is better than like the Fan 4-stick one. Like that, I hated that one.
Oh yeah.
Trash.
Well, Michael B couldn't say that.
Michael B couldn't even. Michael B or my boy Reggie Cathy, R.I.P. couldn't say that joint.
Yeah, Reggie Cathy. Yeah, I thought the first act of that movie was okay, and then like by the second act, it just turned into something ridiculous.
And then we get that little the Timu Dr. Doom. Like you ain't Dr. Doom.
Right? Yeah.
I'd have seen Doc. Even the Dr. Doom from the Jessica Alba movies was more menacing than this one.
Yeah.
You ain't got no. You just got a cloak, my boy. You ain't even got no costume for real.
Right. and Superman,
Dr. Discount.
Yeah. And Superman on outside of the comics, he's been around since like the 50s and 60s, you know. So I mean,
everybody knows Superman.
Yeah.
Right.
And
what about you, Gerard?
Oh no, let's get everybody else before I say my piece. Let's get everybody else.
Ray, which movie do you want to be spoiled by first?
There you go.
Like, Ray, did you know there was 4 of them motherfuckers in the Fantastic Four?
Family. Oh Lord. I'm more anticipating Superman. just to see what they do with him. So.
Yeah, I'm going to see what Mr. Terrific is going to do in that movie.
Yeah, that's right. They got Mr. Terrific. They got a Hawk Girl and Green Lantern in that joint.
Right. Yeah. Because they could have easily put John Henry Irons in that movie, but maybe they still have a sour taste in their mouth.
They're still negotiating with Shaq.
Yeah. Yeah. Even though that character is based off of Shaq.
Still.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Superman. I'm a Marvel guy myself as well too, but I mean, it just doesn't look like my aesthetic for this this Fantastic Four movie. But we'll see. I'm gonna go see both. So
yeah. I'm the resident DC guy, but I still think the Marvel movies are better. But
don't let Jermaine catch you saying that, brother. Jermaine is watching.
It just depends. Like I think some of the Marvel movies, not some of the DC movies, they get crapped on too much, but some of them are like deserving of it, you know. Like I thought
Shazam 2, Fury of the Gods.
Yeah, that one was garbage. I thought the Rock's movie was actually okay. I didn't.
Black Adam.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. At least in my opinion.
Yeah, I thought it was fine, and then Batman v Superman, the director's cut is better, but the original was just not great. And I thought the original Man of Steel was cool. I didn't love it, but it was cool. I didn't hate it.
Flash was trash.
Flash wasn't good.
Aquaman 2 wasn't good.
Yeah, Aquaman,
Wonder Woman 2 wasn't good.
Aquaman 2, I wanted it to be good, but it just...
they on a loser streak right now.
Right, yeah.
To me, the DC universe has not hit since the Snyder Cut. And that's if you were willing to watch the Snyder Cut.
Correct.
I was going to give you that one. Yeah. Because that one was super long.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it took about 4 days for me to watch it, though.
Yeah. The thing about that, though, is at least if I saw that in the theater, I probably would have liked it less. But the fact that I was watching it on HBO Max during a pandemic, I love the Snyder.
Yeah, it got some pandemic points for sure.
Right, yeah.
Some pandemic points.
Yeah. Like even with Wonder Woman 2, I was like, it's the pandemic.
Nah, the pandemic couldn't help that, son.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
It tried.
When my mama looks over at me and we watching this together, and she's just like, would you like to watch something else, son? I'd like to spend our time together doing something else.
Damn.
I'm getting bored. When she gets bored, and she is, I ain't gonna put her age out there, but she's old enough and she will put on the DC cartoons to this day. She loves this stuff. When she over here like, yeah, this ain't for me, forget about it, cuz.
She can only take so much of Gal Gadot.
My mom liked the second one and didn't like the first one.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, hey, that's saying something.
Kal-El, no. Did you read the script, Cal? I don't think that's how you should be pronouncing that line. The inflection's a little off.
But I think what happens with all those DC movies, though, is the studio just gets involved in it and does what it wants to the movies. Because every director has... I mean, it's not just a DC problem; it's a Warner Brothers problem too. Because I've heard too many directors have the same complaint about movies, that it was this movie, and then once the studio heads got involved in it, they turned it into that. You know, so
DC
they all gotta have our universes.
Like their misses like almost double their hits, I think. If you're looking like from the start of the Zack Snyder versions of these characters all the way up through James Gunn, I think they got like twice as many misses as hits.
Yeah, probably. Because
the first,
if you started with Man of Steel, then they do, you know. But Man of Steel made its money though. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, even the ones that are bad, there's a few of them that, like the first Suicide Squad, made a lot of money. It didn't lose any money off of it though. If you're
the second one better, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the second one's amazing.
Yeah, second one's a much better movie.
Yeah, the second one's better, but I think just the movie made its money is all I'm saying about the first. If the movie flopped, it wouldn't have gotten a second one.
Birds of Prey was actually pretty good too.
Yeah, Birds of Prey was decent.
That was okay. That was fine. I didn't love it, but it was fine. I like what's her name? The Smollett girl. Journey. Yeah.
Sister of the famous French actor.
Yeah.
That's still one of my favorite.
Okay, so I wasn't crazy. I looked her up. I saw her last name. I was like, no way. I did not know that.
Yeah, no, they're brother and sister.
Well.
Oh, the Smolletts.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to have like a whole clan of them.
Sandwiches?
Yeah.
No, they used to have. I think they used to have like their own show. It was like
they did,
4 or 5 of them on a sitcom together.
Oh, really?
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I got rejected by the oldest one.
Yeah.
Girl.
Oh, by one of the smaller. There's a sister older than Journey.
Yeah, there's 2 girls, and the one I liked was her name was Jazz.
I'm trying to shoot my shot with
Jazz. Yeah. Chris is like, you could have been number 48, girl, but you missed your chance.
I mean, she was Journey. She was nice when she rejected me. She wasn't mean. Rejection is rejection,
She let you down easy.
Yeah.
Like, no, Chris, no, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Well, what's for you is for you, brother. Now you got your queen.
Yeah, of course.
It worked out.
And like if you had been in a relationship with Jazz, they eventually you would have had to been like doing PR for Jesse. So you missed that whole situation, Chris. So, consider it a blessing.
Yeah.
Right.
See, that's the thing. I wouldn't. The only kind of lies I can tell are the lies that are not gonna like give me a fucking headache and I can easily defend.
I'm just imagining Chris out in front of the courtroom. It was 2 Africans wearing MAGA hats. I'm trying to tell you.
Like, if I have to do mental contortions to defend you, then I can't do it.
Chris will be at the dinner table with them all, like, as he's telling the story, like, wait a minute now.
Yeah.
That ain't adding up.
Like,
wait a minute.
2 a.m. and you went to Subway. They were still open, Jeff?
Right, yeah.
Before we go in front of them cameras, let's get our story together again.
If all I gotta do is say, hey, you were kicking it with me, and there's no alibi to verify the other thing, I can do that, I can't sit there and just lie, and I can't make up, and if I do lie, I'm not gonna make up it was, I'm not gonna tell any lies that could get real people arrested. Put it that way, Sure.
Like, hold on, you said you got a foot-long seafood sub. They don't even sell those at Subway no more, Jesse. You can't sell this to the press, Jesse.
It was on the $5 menu. It was the $5 foot long. Like, brother, they ain't had
that.
Them
subs are $7.99 now, Jesse. Like, we gonna lose, Jesse.
Yeah,
we gonna lose.
Yeah. They got rid of the $5 footlongs longer than 10 years too.
Yeah,
it's been a minute.
Yeah, 2013.
Once old boy went to jail, they was like, all right, the jig is up.
Yeah. I remember when that happened too, because I went to the Subway and they had they were taking all of his signs down.
Like a dictator that been overthrown.
And then they
pulling down the statues.
Yeah,
tear that wall down.
And they never advertised their food as healthy anymore either.
Nope. After that, never again.
Yeah. It was like, this is Subway. Come here and eat.
We got sandwiches and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the tagline. Just come on here and eat, y'all.
Just come on here and eat.
Subway.
We open until 3:00 in Chicago. Watch your back.
That's what Steph Curry said in the commercials. Subway, just come here and eat.
Yeah.
It's a layup. It's a layup.
Get yourself a sandwich.
Get you a sandwich and some chips, baby. Go home.
You think you about to slam dunk dinner?
The 2 cake layup.
Yeah. Get yourself a sandwich. The cookies are bomb.
Yeah, the cookies are good.
You know.
The white chocolate macadamia joint.
We're selling Pepsi products now instead of Coke.
It's the longest tagline ever.
Subway, we all right.
Like Subway, you can bring your kids back now.
Right.
Oh, no.
Wow. And on that note, let me
you know what, Ray? Like, first, I'm just gonna let this exist just as a stream, but I think like we might have to drop this as an episode bonus for the audio people tomorrow. Subway, we need to eat fresh. We used to eat fresh. You know what? If I was Subway, I would have been like, "Hey, Jesse, you want to do a commercial now?" Just have Jesse on some random ass street in Chicago with a foot-long cold cut. Just Subway, eat fresh.
question.
Somebody walking, two random people walking in the back with red hats backwards.
Watch out for them African maggots. Like, what? African maggots? That don't even make sense.
I think what happened with Jesse is because he was getting on before all that stuff happened. He was getting on in these social media arguments with MAGA types all the time,
Right? Yeah.
And I think he just wanted to have an argument to say, "Hey, one of these dudes did this to me." Like, that's the celebrity part of him, man. Because I could
African Jesse.
Yeah, I could own a MAGA without doing that.
That was Michael Blackson. What? Like, why would he do that?
Yeah, I own the MAGA by just getting off and remembering counting my checks and driving myself to the Fox studio so I can act on Empire instead of just creating my own set. You are an actor, not a writer, so that you
right.
Like, did Tyler Perry write your alibi?
He was like, "This is my pilot, brother. This
is my pilot."
He's an actor, not a storyteller.
It's actually a prank show like the Jamie Kennedy Experiment called Jesse in Chicago.
Jesse in Chicago. What type of wild hijinks will he get up into on the streets of Chicago?
I'm Jesse Smollett. You might remember me from Empire. I'm here in Chicago. There's maggots around every turn. What will happen? Let's see. Like, no, Jesse, that's not a good idea, brother.
Can I get home safely with my Subway? Let's find out.
Like, why is Michael Blackson one of the Africans that attacked you? Like, we can't get you into this shit, Jesse.
Make America great again.
Make America great again. Michael Blackson, we know this. We know your voice, Michael.
What is this, America? Take the chicken shit.
Like Jesse. I know. and that brother's career ain't been the same since.
Who, Jesse's? Yeah.
What's his
non-grata?
Jonathan Majors is gonna make a strong comeback before Jesse ever come back, man.
Yeah.
Shoot, they already talking about Creed 4.
Yeah, well,
like, hey,
people are like have been defending Jonathan Majors, even white people. So, I mean, I've seen it
like that's the nail in the coffin. Even white people, not just us.
Like, she must have said
that's a tagline right there. Subway,
yeah.
even white people.
Subway, even white people like this. Just have Jonathan Majors and some random white guy like toasting sandwiches to each other. Jonathan Majors and Rick Moranis or Bill Murray, somebody of that ilk, just Subway. Even white people like them. But yeah, Ray, we gonna need to drop this whole thing as an audio episode. I think.
Gotcha.
This has been crazy. It's like, damn, like we don't even know what to do because Raw's still supposed to be on.
Yeah. I sent you the link to see about Raw and
oh yeah, that was something we talked about 40 minutes ago.
The Raw deal with Netflix.
With Ray Romano.
And and sent it to the Instagram page.
Okay.
Were those the screenshots? Because I put in the private chat that is it's hard for me to see those and to bring it up. Like
okay, yeah.
the
So
screen,
those are just the screenshots. I can.
If you can you magnify like the screen, like can you zoom in on it and then
I can zoom in on it, but the thing is like I can't like if I get off of this screen, my face goes off of it. So hold on.
Gotcha.
Let me see.
It's a computer enhanced. Oh, you're right, Ray. It is a little blurry.
Yeah.
First I thought it was my eyes, but I'm like, no, that's actually
it's because it was blurry for me too.
What are these puddle of mud ass graphics you done dropped in the chat, Chris?
I thought it looked better than that too.
You know. Ray got that shit. Ray was like, yes. Listen to Puddle of Mud a couple times with a nice glass of milk.
Yeah, when I can magnify it on my screen.
There you go.
Take it all the way. Take it all the way. I know Ray used to kill with that one back in the day. That you may be my someone, you could be my scene. I see you, Ray Williams. Dunk that cookie in that milk, brother. I ain't mad at you, Ray. Subway, eat fresh.
Stop.
It's the worst Subway commercial ever.
Oh man. I am hoping and praying in 2029, y'all. I know this is just a little pivot, a little divot, but you know, back in the day when Jared was still under the good graces of the US law, to our knowledge, also the Detroit Shock winning championships out here. And here's to hoping and praying the Detroit Shock come back in 2029, since Detroit was just announced that they will be, well, not just announced, but was previously announced in the last couple of days to be getting a WNBA team again.
Yes.
So fingers crossed I get the Detroit Shock back, because they love the jerseys.
And
what was the other city? Cleveland. Yeah, but Vanessa Shark gonna be insufferable. Vanessa Shark gonna be going crazy on these Cleveland streets. Are they gonna be the Cleveland Rockets again? Who knows?
I mean, no need to change the name for Detroit though. That's my biggest hope. I'm just hoping they bring back the Shock name, because 3-time WNBA champions. Come on now.
You know, back in them days with Katie Smith and them girls.
So you know, I'm about to say, I want to hear the only championship Detroit got in basketball besides the Bad Boys was that supposed fluke that somebody out here like just call and talk about all day long.
Damn.
Because I was about to start going back and forth with you on Instagram in that chat message. I sent you that. It's only Pistons team I say that about are the 2004 ones. The 89 and 90s teams were good and repeated multiple times.
Damn.
The 2004, they were able to take advantage of a broken Lakers team with Kobe's bullshit, with Karl Malone and his extra bullshit.
Gary Payton.
Yeah, Gary Payton. Oh, there's so much drama and everyone hated each other. Like the fact that they even made it to the finals is almost amazing.
He said y'all got a flash pin on a roll up, Gerard.
I'm coming with my facts. Just give me 1 second. I'm working on my facts.
He said that was a 1, 2, 3 kid Razor Ramon ass title win.
Very next year they play the Spurs, and the Spurs serve them up that work and never go back to the finals again after that.
You can't sit here and be like they was lucky to get to the finals against the Lakers, and they literally win the championship against them and get to the finals the next year. If I'm looking at this correctly, you said they served them up.
Beat Skip.
The Spurs, it was a 7-game series, and the Spurs won.
7-game series,
yeah. The Spurs won. The better team won
in 7 games. Yes, they didn't just wash them real quick.
No, but they didn't get back. Look.
We got to the conference finals the next year. and the Heat was just on fire. That it's implied in the name. The Miami Heat was just on fire that year, and so we got past them the year before. They learned a lesson. They said, this ain't WrestleMania 39 again. WrestleMania 40. We got to finish the story. And so Detroit, you got to go. That's what happened. That's just the team. That was our team. That was our championship quality team. Capital quality. Man, no luck, ain't no fluke. Just because y'all might have had some struggles, what they tell you, leave your stuff outside. Work before you get to the court. Don't bring that up on the court. Don't bring your stuff to work. I don't want to hear about Gary Payton. I don't want to hear about Kobe. I don't want to hear about Shaq. I don't want to hear about
Gary Payton was actually like okay. I'm talking about like Karl Malone with his nonsense. Kobe, that whole Colorado thing. And then when it got reported that he told the police that I should be more like Shaq and pay off my women or something like that. Yeah. That was a crazy season.
Kobe, how's my ass taste? Like, that escalated. That escalated quickly.
But we're gonna put some respect on the Detroit Pistons. That's what we're gonna do now.
They're gonna be good again. And I do put respect on the 88, 89, and 90s Pistons.
Did you go see one of them games live and you just sad because Detroit beat y'all live? Is that what happened?
What's that?
Did you get some money wasted? Did you have to leave out like WrestleMania 31? You said, I can't believe my Lakers are losing
I didn't
to these raggy Pistons.
I didn't bet on that series because I saw the kinks in the armor before before the series started, and then but I was still thinking they were gonna win, but then they just just kind of proved everyone that they just didn't belong in the championship. The Pistons did that.
That's what it sounded like. What it sounded like they just wasn't gonna be champions that year. It wasn't meant to. Chauncey was destined to be on that NBA Ballers Phenom cover. So that championship had to be won. So you just need to let it go.
I don't make fun of them for being one-hit wonders. It just is what it is.
Jeez.
Damn.
Hey, whether I'm walking it out like DJ Unk, whether I'm throwing some D's on it, don't matter what I'm doing.
Of you. Ghost Town DJs, one-hit wonder. We still singing that to this day, Chris.
Right.
Yeah, but so they were one-hit wonders, like Ghost Town DJs. But that album had a bunch of other bangers on it. The So Deaf Bass All Stars. It had that Enoji, Let Me Love You Down.
69 Boys.
Yes, that has some gems on it. The So Deaf Bass All Stars.
And then we got the So Deaf Christmas album. Hey, player, what you gonna get for Christmas? That was 69 Boys too.
Yeah.
Lemonhead, drop the beat for a sec. Show some respect. Santa Claus, what up with you? Christmas is about Jesus too. I was like, oh, that took a turn. I thought we were doing a whole booty bass beat thing, and now we in church again. Wait a minute. Chris out here saying this Detroit title team is like Skip getting beat by Barry Horowitz.
No, look,
body down the ass title reign.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
R.I.P. to Chris Candido.
It's just I don't think they'd beat a well-oiled machine. That's all I'm saying.
So what you're saying is a team beat a group of individuals, Chris?
Yeah, exactly. Because that Lakers was the biggest group of individuals I've ever seen. They were not a team, and they tried to manufacture a championship too that year too.
Wait. I'm having a
Having a
moment. I'm trying. Who's their coach? Who's their coach? Is it not a championship coach?
Phil
Was it
Jackson?
Phil Jackson?
No, but he's
oh
still trying-
yeah. Oh,
they still
does
tried
Phil
to
Jackson have a couple of
manufacture,
championships?
like, you
to his
gotta-
name?
The problem with building these super teams is that is always a risk of it. They don't always work. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Like when the Rockets did it, when they got Barkley, it didn't work. It could have, but it just didn't. It was just, and Barkley was a little bit older and more beat up.
Yeah.
When the Lakers did it, it didn't work. When the Heat did it, it didn't work the first time. It worked the second 2 times. And you could even say the first time, the Spurs probably should have won that series too, if you really go back and watch it. Because those Spurs were like, they had those fools on the brink.
Yeah.
And then
boy, Ray Allen.
Yeah. And then Ray Allen went to the Heat.
Wasn't Tony Parker going through a divorce during that time period?
Was that the year he was going through a divorce with
It was a very tough time. Me and Eva Longoria did not have a good relationship. I told my friends about this. It was, she was in their house, but she was more like a desperate housewife than a real wife.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man of 1,000 voices. There's just one voice. Nate Milton.
My wife hasn't gotten in here yet.
You see, your wife hasn't gotten in yet?
No, she works in our bedroom, but she's usually in here by 5 p.m. But she might be working overtime. I don't know.
She know you on the podcast. She's like, I got time.
But if
these Negroes don't never end when they say they are.
Yeah, we reaching NWA hours, y'all.
Yeah, I think we should start wrapping up. Leave the people wanting more.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the one time you were allowed to break your 90-minute TV time with Gerard.
I didn't even call this match. I said I want to just be a part of the ringside area to see it live.
Enjoying the story, pal.
I heard Cap say, "Hey, Avengers Assemble." I said, "Okay, all right, I'm here."
Like,
Company Man Brown, I'm here.
Company Man Brown.
Company Man.
Come on, man. I'm here. What's good?
Like, I showed up. Cap wasn't here though. I was like, "Where's Cap?"
Well, I guess we got to start the fight first, and he'll get here.
Right.
Dramatically later on.
Got to make an entrance.
Got to open the portal later.
I seen how Thor did that in Infinity War. I thought that was cool. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna show up right at the end when y'all about to get beat. That was on last night. Like FX did they're always running like Marvel movies, but they don't never have no type of rhyme or reason to the movies they show. Last night they showed Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, followed by Infinity War, followed by Shang-Chi. And it was like, don't none of these movies go together. But I skipped Multiverse of Madness because that's a movie that I have to be in the right frame of mind for.
TNT does that with those Marvel movies too.
Yeah, TNT does them a lot too. Especially like when they had their Black Nights. Like Black Panther got heavy rotation because it was like, what's the Black Marvel movie we got? Black Panther and anything else? No, not yet. Wakanda Forever ain't came out yet. But like I watched the second half of Infinity War and I watched pretty much all of Shang-Chi. And I'm like, these like Shang-Chi is a movie after Endgame. And I was like, that's a movie that I don't think gets enough respect, man.
Especially like it was kind of like in that midway point when like there were theaters still opening up a little bit, but not too much. I think it was like on the tail end of all the lockdowns where, but it still did pretty well at the box office.
Yeah,
for what it was worth. Yeah,
September 2021.
Yep. And that like the scaffold fight to me, that's one of my favorite fights in all of Marvel. That would have been the one if I was in a superhero movie, Gerard. I'd have been like, hey, I guess somebody gonna die because I'm not fighting on all these scaffolds like that. That's unsafe. Like, we can all walk to the ground. All the ninjas, y'all come to the ground and we can fight. We're not fighting on this scaffold. Like, I don't even know if the building is up to code or nothing.
Yeah. In or down? Which one? In or down? Right. We gonna fight inside the building. We gonna fight on the ground.
We gonna fight on the ground outside.
Which one? I ain't doing this.
Do you remember this '90s match in WCW between PN News and Steve Austin? And it was a scaffold match, and it was like way up, and they both were scared as hell to be up there, man. And it was like the way they walked across the aisle to like beat each other, because that was a huge ass fall.
Yeah. I would have been no damn. Yeah, like they haven't been like we got Hell in Cells and ladder matches and stuff like that, but you ain't seen no scaffold match in a minute.
Yeah,
nah. The closest thing you saw was the Elevation X, and it was on like 2 of those.
Right.
And you put guys that are comfortable doing that in those matches. You don't put like big ass PN News and Steve Austin, who's not an aerial wrestler.
I got bad knees. I'm young, but I still got bad knees, dog.
Right. PN News, like 30 feet in the air.
Yeah,
I'm just
PN, I got an idea.
Guy.
We're gonna fight on top of the scaffold, right? But then we're gonna gingerly make our way to the ladder, and we both gonna fight and tussle down the ladder. And then I'll fall like once we're about halfway down the ladder, and then you say I fell off the scaffold. Like, that ain't how the match works, Steve.
EC Dub. This is extreme.
Like that one time Dusty Rhodes had a ladder match in TNA, but it was like a step ladder.
Yeah.
They're like, wow.
I didn't even know that.
Oh, yeah, like when Dusty Rhodes was in TNA, when TNA first started, he's like, I challenge you to a ladder match, daddy. And it was like a step ladder. And I'm like, come on, Dusty.
Yeah. Those were the years he was trying to get his money back up, too.
Right.
Because when Cody Rhodes told that story about being in that car commercial, not because for the money, but to save the car. That was that era, because I remember reading about that shit back then too.
Wow,
it's been hard times, Chris Ely. You don't understand what hard times is, brother.
Legit hard times.
When you got to do car commercials, not to get the money from the commercial, but to save your own vehicle.
Hey,
that ain't that hard of a time, though. Let's keep it a buck. That ain't that hard of a time, because if I can go to Honda right now and be like, "Hey, I'll do your car commercial so I can keep my car,"
right?
It ain't that hard of a time.
Yeah. But, I mean,
they gonna say, "Homie, the keys."
A car note is easy to do that with, because if you find a grimy enough car salesman, they'll be like, "Okay, be in our commercial." When it comes to like the light bills and stuff like that, you actually have to pay those.
I would do a light commercial for the power company that in Dusty Rhodes keep the lights on.
Yeah,
electric company.
I don't think they're going for Dusty Rhodes' bullshit with the light bill. Or with
either Dusty Rhodes for Pepco, daddy.
The water bill and stuff like that.
This is Dusty Rhodes for Arlington Realtors. They the best house sale people in the game, daddy. Don't take my house away. Little Cody needs the roof over his head. It's all right, Cody. We stay for another 6 months, daddy. It's hard times, relatively speaking, Gerard Brown.
And didn't Cody say he he pawned one of his Rolexes to get into acting school or something like that too?
Because that was what we thought was going to be in the box from The Rock.
Yeah.
Like his dad's Rolex.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh man!
Back when that was a thing that was happening on TV. That they cared about.
Haven't told the end of that story either.
Nope.
Don't break my heart again.
Remember when the Rock had Muhammad Ali's belt, and like that was a thing.
You can only finish one story at a time, kid. Enjoy the story, folks.
This isn't Choose Your Own Adventure, folks.
Yeah.
I don't know what you thought. This isn't a double feature. This is a one movie kind of screen.
We have to finish the scene of story. We're already too far deep. Whether you like it or not, we're gonna finish the story, kid. Wants this story to keep going. I know, me neither, but keep going, kid. Find out more when we release Unreal, starring Ray Romano on Netflix.
If Ray Romano is commentating that documentary, hey, Chris called it then. Chris and the AI called it.
Yeah, Chris and the AI. They were trying to tell us.
As
Hi,
Paul
this is Ray
Levesque.
Romano. Paul Levesque is a very, very talented writer, and he's here. And Robert, help me out with this. Yes, Raymond. Why are you here, Brad Garrett? You ain't even related.
Are you getting paid right now?
No, I'm not.
I'm just here.
Like, is Doris still alive? Because they bring Doris back in a heartbeat. She was funny on that.
No,
show.
she's dead too.
Oh,
Yeah.
R.I.P. Doris.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
She gone.
She was a good TV mom. So,
Well, on that note,
I think, all right. I think, look, it's like we've been trying to find an off ramp for the last 30 minutes.
I was about to ask favorite TV moms. I was like, no, we try to get off. That's how we keep.
I was like,
That's how we keep going.
That's a good question for the parlay.
Save
We'll
it
say
for the
that
parlay, Gerard. I'm sleepy. Nick. Save it for the parlay.
Ray is like, this is only supposed to be like a 2-hour show. Yes. All right. So let's wrap things up. Let's go around the horn one last time before we get out of here. Ray Williams, two-way Ray. Anything you would like to say before we get out of here?
Well, appreciate you guys joining us for this live watch, and just continue to follow us. I know Nate's going to hit you with all the places and where to find us, but along with finding us on wherever you get your podcasts and wherever you watch YouTube, youtube.com/ or / Nefarious Media Network 2025. Just keep your eyes and ears open. Recently, we did have an episode of the spinning of the Styles Break Fights podcast that recently came out with myself and Chi talking about the retirement of one John Jones, the former UFC
That
light
clip is doing
heavyweight
numbers,
and heavyweight champion. So, yeah, man. I mean, he's a very, very polarizing figure, and people either despise him or just they either love him or love to hate him. So, so, and we also put a couple of shorts out and also some clips out based on that too. So please give that a watch and a listen, and continue to support us here at Nefarious Media.
Okay. Chris Ely, anything you want to promote before we get out of here, man?
Yeah, just listen to us on here in NWA podcast, and
Yes, sir.
I have an article coming up tomorrow morning on Lincoln Square. She released my last article on the Saturday Dead Zone, so I didn't get a lot of traffic with it, but when she's releasing my next one on
Chris,
Tuesday.
like, why you trying to bury me, dog? I need a push.
Yeah. I became a opening a dark match or whatever.
Damn, they put your ass on main event, Chris.
That's all good though.
He was wrestling Hikaleo on main event. This Tongan really is tall. Yeah, support Chris, man. Support that good brother on Substack and Lincoln Square, and when the book come out, I need y'all to buy this book.
Yeah. Whenever I get my subscription numbers up is when they're gonna release it. So
okay. So subscribe, so Chris, so we can release the Ely cut. I'll go next. So for me, you can check me out here at Nefarious Media all the time. We got some stuff playing. Like I said, in July, Super Salad is coming to the stage. We've got 2 hosts confirmed as of now. We have OG Rachel, who some of y'all may remember from the DCTV Podcast Network and Multiverse of Color. And we got, ladies and gentlemen, one of the hottest free agents in the game. You know, Ray, I was trying to think of who could be a good mix for this new show. And sometimes you just got to take a leap of faith, man. I took a shot in the dark and called out this brother John Cena from Post Wrestling. John Cena is all nefarious now. He ain't left Post. Like, don't get it twisted. He's still on Collision Course with Cape from Montreal. But he will be one of the hosts of Super Salad starting in July, the week after Superman releases. So y'all can look forward to that. And we have a host to be named later, kind of like that celebrity to be named later in that 2K DLC that they ain't never gonna release. Could it be Jesse Smollett? Who knows? Why are all his matches Chicago street fights? Like, I don't like this game. This is not.
Why does the opponent automatically wear a red hat?
Michael Blacks is in the game now. But of course, maybe one of the most important things, Ray, you get that graphic ready because we are in the car. It's a big car, not Ray's Lexus. We all couldn't fit in the Lex. We got a big car for this summer road trip because we on the drive for 500. The drive for 500 subscribers on Patreon. 500 subscribers on YouTube is what we are aiming for. It's a stretch goal for us here at the network because once we hit 500, that allows us to do some different things here in terms of equipment, in terms of shows, in terms of bringing on new people to the team, and hiring producers and maybe putting some money in folks' pockets. So if y'all want to help us out on this journey, man, subscribe on Patreon, subscribe on YouTube. YouTube is absolutely free. You don't even have to pay to subscribe on YouTube, but on the Patreon, $5 gets you in the door. If you want to pay more, we won't stop you because we have been recognized by Million Podcasts. I don't know the veracity of Million Podcasts. I don't know the people that run Million Podcasts, but they said we one of the 25 best Black sports podcasts in the game. That's what they said. I didn't say that, right? Again, I don't even know who them people is, but they said it. So if they said it, I'm gonna say it. We one of the 25 best Black sports podcasts in the game, according to them people. But for everything else, just find me on Twitter at @8 MOZAIK. I don't really tweet a whole lot. I'm also on Blue Sky at Nate Mosaic 757 on Blue Sky. I don't really Blue Sky a whole lot. And then IG Black Nate BLAQUE_8. I'll be on there most of the time. But yeah, let's go to the host, the actual host of this thing, Ray. Yes, Jay Lacey, upper mid card. Jay Lacey, what you got, brother?
Yeah, thanks for the platform. Everybody listening, check us out on the Nefarious Network right here, where you hear more ring theories with my tag team partner GB, downtown Gerard Brown. Also, you might check me on the parlay. I might swing through on the NWA podcast right here on the network. And don't forget to hit the subscribe button, mash that notification bell if you're on YouTube. And check us out. I'm on the socials at Jerek Wins, Jerek JEREK_wins on Instagram. That's where I mostly frequent. And yeah, just holler at your boy.
Okay,
GB,
okay.
tag you in.
Finally, company man Gerard Brown. What you got, brother?
Well, as the company man, you can find me here on Ring Theory, part of the Nefarious Media Network, every third week of the month. That's when we usually try to tailor out those big episodes. But we also might drop these live streams or whatever else the heart desires when we are inspired to drop some knowledge on y'all. And so with that being said, catch us for our all-in review after the show comes up next month in July. Lock in for that. We'll also be covering whatever foolishness WWE is up to. That's going to be also a heavy weekend because Evolution, Saturday night's main event, all that in tow. So plenty to talk about on the next episode. So lock in, subscribe, and hop in the back of because there ain't no seats in the car. So hop in the back for the drive to 500, y'all. See you on the next one. Peace and chicken grease.